All right, time to play a new game. This time we're going to be playing Deus Ex, the director's cut. And we'll go to the game screen and start the game. How's that? Ooh, start it up. And let's start with the commentary of the making of Deus Ex.
I knew that IDOS has a very rich IP portfolio. I mean, their projects are just great. Their IPs are very rich. But Deus Ex 3, as the first launch title for our studio, is incredible.
If you want a great studio, you need great game. So, and to have a great team, you need a great game. So it's a whole, you know. So that's the decision we took at the beginning, you know. We want a strong studio, so we need strong franchise and we need strong people to work on them. So it's a huge challenge, but it's no choice. You need that.
All right, let's see how this goes.
I think I wouldn't have David Emphazy as a producer if it wasn't for Deus Ex 3. It was that simple. He, in his head, the equation was, if I'm able to be the producer of Deus Ex 3, I'm in, Stéphane, whatever the risks.
We started in May 2007, and we were two. It was 1 year and a half ago now, and we were two. And now we are in pre-production, and the studio we are almost 155, and on Deus Ex we are 83.
We wanted to work only on AAA titles, only on the latest cutting-edge technology. But the two other points are really important for the development team. We wanted to work with reduced size development teams, we call them in Montreal, of 80 or 85 people. But in exchange, we give this development team a longer cycle of production of 24 months after the proof of concept. Because too many people here in Montreal especially were asked to develop a 36 months game in a 15-month period with 3 times the staff level of 200 people. And people don't like to work in those conditions. And IDOS Montreal really wanted to find a way to, a new approach, a human approach, to develop good games.
Hi, Stéphane, how are you today?
Very good, thanks.
It's a big day for you today.
Very big day, indeed. Deus Ex is going in front of the Green Light Committee for its vertical slice meeting, so it's very important. Well, recently IDOS installed a new Green Light meeting process, and every quarter we have a group that represents finance, sales, marketing, production, and the different groups. And every quarter we review the top 2 projects in the pipeline. And this time it was Kane and Lynch 2 and Deus Ex. When the Brits or the French come to Montreal to see the possibility of invest, they come here and they don't feel strangers. They come here in Montreal, they see that we're in America, but we have a lot of values coming from Europe. And I think they know that investing in Montreal, they will have a company that will share the same values, but that this company will be working at a very fast pace of North America. And I think it's the best of both worlds.
Kind of nervous?
I'm confident.
Confident.
Excited. No, it's going to work fine. It's going to work fine. I mean, there's always stress during these meetings, but when you have confidence in your team and in the content, things will move. We needed to have the senior brass having this emotional bond to the game, and I think we just got that. Yeah, it was silence in the room. Everybody was looking. The music was very well integrated. All the major features were well demonstrated. There's a lot of work to be done. Lots. But now I think people really believe into the project. They know where we're going at because Deus Ex is a complicated, complex game that can reach a lot of people. And if it's well made, well crafted, well assembled, it's gonna be sky's the limit. Real pleased. The team worked like crazy, and we're really happy. The pressure is there. The expectations are so high, but what a better way to launch a studio with this type of quality project. I think once we found our team of leads, I knew that we were in very good shape. These guys were passionate. They really wanted to have the Deus Ex 3 the best in the franchise. They knew exactly what to do, what not to do, and so my comfort level was starting to rise. But again, it's a long journey. It's 2 years or more of development. You never know how it's going to turn out. But the pressure is there, the fan base, the forums, even 8 years after the initial. The first one came in 2000, by the way. PC Game of the Year, nothing less. We knew what happened in 2003 with Invisible War. We knew what to do, not to do. And I think that the fan base is so active and passionate. They're very protective of their favorite game. I think we exchange on the forums, on the blogs. We are always listening to our fans. We want to do a game that will please them and that will bring new fans to the franchise. That is the biggest challenge for us.
If we have some pressure to create Deus Ex 3, yeah. Yeah, big time. But at the same time, it's a good pressure because we know that there's something to do there, a lot of things to explore and everything. And it's a great franchise to start with, so I'm really enthusiastic about that. But I know we must not fuck it up.
It's a huge challenge, but it's pretty exciting, and we're on the right track. So yeah, it's a good pressure.
The third game is going to actually be a prequel to the original game. So it's going to happen about 20 years earlier. So there's a bunch of things that have to tie in a way. We have a lot of freedom because we're dealing 20 years before the game, so we can create our own storyline, our own characters, our own universe in a way, but we still have to match and set up for the original game in the future. So there's a lot of themes that have to be apparent. There are some hints and intrigues that can suggest what's going to happen. And we try and look at it from that perspective to bring it all together.
The goal really was to take what people are used to see with cyberpunk and try to give it a new spin, and that's a bit where the Renaissance comes into play. Let's give it our own flavor, let's give it our own voice. Let's get away a bit from the kind of bluish kind of sci-fi look that all those movies have, and let's try to give it something unique, something a little warmer. And the fact that it's warmer kind of brings it closer again to this whole kind of Renaissance, kind of, humanity feeling type of thing.
So the first Deus Ex, the setting were in 2050, 52 exactly. The second one was 20 years after the first one, so in 2070. And we are 20 years before the first Deus Ex, so in 2027.
Well, the good thing about doing the prequel is that if you haven't played the game before, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to suddenly become like, oh, what's going on? But in order to find, if you have played the game, I think that you're going to want to really explore all the areas in the game. You're going to look for those subtle hints that exist. You're going to read the emails. You're going to listen for those references to some characters that may not be central to our story, but were central to the sequels, or the originals, I guess.
My challenge for this game is to open it up and make it accessible to the casual gamer, while bringing along all the die-hard hardcore fans from the first one. By no means do I want to alienate those people. We can't remake Deus Ex 1, it just wouldn't fly by today's standards, but I think we can respect what was done. We can, as I said, often pay little tributes or homage to the first one, and I think the player will enjoy that. I think it's more the spirit of the game. If we respect the spirit of the game and the way it was done, I think people will be really happy with what we did.
Something that we noticed very early, like the first one, is always at night. It's constantly with a black sky and everything, and we obviously said, you know, the game is not going to be, you know, at night all the time. That doesn't really make much sense. And that was part of a very strong feeling in the first one. But you know, we're kind of changing that a little bit. But I think the feeling of Deus Ex is the fact that you're in cities most of the time, like in the city hubs and stuff like that. Then it's to kind of like get those very kind of expensive interior, you know, that you can explore, and like the corporate kind of, you know, technological, you know, kind of techno interiors, kind of looking places. I think it's really that, and then it's a bit kind of. It's not only about the art, really. It's a lot about the sound, and you know, it was a very moody game, and I think like as long as we, you know, recreate this mood properly, it's gonna have a very good Deus Ex 1 feeling, but you know, obviously with a few new twists.
The second one, Deus Ex Invisible War, we played it, you know, we analyzed it as we did for the first one, but is different, and so why we focus on the sequel, the Deus Ex 3, on the first one, just because we think that the first one has the pillars we want to use for Deus Ex 3.
We do our best to keep the core experience of the Deus Ex games with Deus Ex 3, so even the old die-hard fans should be able to feel home again. And you know what? We have to do the best we can for this one, and I think it's going to be a very strong product. And after that, if some die-hard fans say that we miss an aspect or another, we'll live with that. I'll just change name and change my face or something.
The teaser of Deus Ex 3 that was released in November 2007, there's a funny story behind that, because the proof of concept was approved by the UK, if I remember correctly, on October. And we wanted to announce, because everybody, all the media was, what's your first project? What's your first project? And we couldn't say anything before the proof of concept was validated. So in November 2007, we set the date for our press conference, our second press conference, and we decided that it would be stupid to come in front of the medias saying that, well, on paper, we have Deus Ex 3, thank you, goodbye. We needed to show something. But we were only 4 weeks from there. And how can you create a high-quality teaser in 4 weeks?
You know, sat down with my boys and, you know, what do you want to do? Kind of brainstorm a bit about the direction and thing. And then we said, let's have like this image blast, you know, that we called it, you know, all those images going really right. It was not even a second, and there's like 27 images, 27, 28. And it's just kind of put a bit of our theme, and it totally worked. Like they stopped it one frame by frame, and they went way beyond everything anything we ever thought of, you know. So I think that was a really good hit, really good idea.
We had a lot of fun with that teaser. It was a real labor of love, and it was obviously our first step into the media, so it was quite challenging, and you really want to make sure you put your best foot forward. For us, for me anyway, I really liked the visuals that I had. It was a very interesting subject to work with, and I think I got lucky in taking a risky move by bringing the original theme into the end. For me, it was kind of my goal in doing that was to kind of put at ease the original fans who were, I know, obviously a bit nervous, saying, well, you know, this game's going to be redone, and we all know often sequels don't live up to the first one. So for me, it was a way to kind of give them a little pat on the back, saying, we're going to take good care of it. You know, we won't let you down.
And it hit a core, because I think 2 hours after the official release, game trailers picked it up, and I think within 24 hours, fans were starting dissecting the video clip, and the blogs just lit up like a Christmas tree.
We actually wrote a name on the little fetus and the little baby thing, which is not even from us. Is the 3D studio that worked, Digital Dimension, that did it for us. And I guess, you know, they were just having fun in the studio. Let's give it a name, and actually placed it on one of the little techno tags that's on it, just Emil. And the fans went ballistic. They actually found that there's like this French sociologist from the 19th century called Emil, and they linked it with the game, and it's actually used in the game, so the name type of thing. So we'll find a place for it.
Deus Ex as a genre itself falls into the cyberpunk category. Now, a lot of people don't recognize that genre of writing. They would more likely be familiar if you were to say it's like the Matrix. People understand that. Cyberpunk is the dark world in the near future. It's a dystopian universe where generally you have corporations that are more powerful than the governments. You have conspiracies going on and all the hidden agendas.
I think cyberpunk is basically a very rapid grafting of technology over kind of an unsuspecting society, if you want. It's not, you know, I don't know if you look at Star Wars or whatever, it's like totally, you know, an entirely different vision of the future. Cyberpunk obviously is a very near future, and it's kind of like you need to see the contemporariness. Like people need to be able to relate to what they're seeing. Like, you know, like the buildings kind of look like today, but it's kind of like as if it's this very like rapid creeping of all this new, you know, layering of technology and a bit in a kind of like chaotic way type of thing. So I think there's a big part of that.
There's a few things that I try to tie in. Is one is there's I think it's been talked a lot about is the cyber renaissance, in that it's got a very classical feel in a very modern environment. And I think in the music it's trying to take those two and bring them together. In the first Deus Ex, I think because it was far more futuristic, it's a very electronic score. It's very synthetic, and it completely works. In this one, I think because it's 25 years earlier, it's a generation earlier, it's mechanical augmentation, it's not nano augmentation. So the music tries to kind of express that. So there's a lot more organic texture.
What it is that when we were researching, you know, what kind of cyberpunk we want to do and all that kind of stuff, and we dive into the subject of, you know, augmentations and kind of transforming biology and all that kind of stuff. At one point we kind of like start seeing a big link between, you know, the Renaissance and a transhumanist era, which is, you know, basically cyberpunk, which is kind of augmenting the status of the human beings and stuff like that with technology. So if you look at a I don't know, a mechanical arm and stuff like that, if you look at the sketches of Leonardo da Vinci and all that kind of stuff, you know, the anatomy studies, there's like a strong kind of, you know, visual link between the two. And also during the Renaissance, it was kind of like this whole new opening, this open-mindedness, you know, compared to the dark era of the medieval period, you know, towards kind of replacing kind of society within nature type of thing. Before that, it was all about religion and all that kind of stuff, and now it was more about let's really start, you know, analyzing it and forget about all the religious taboos and that kind of stuff. And a transhumanist era is a bit also that. It's kind of like, you know, today we still have problems with cloning, stem cell research. Well, not problems, but I mean, you know, like some people are for it, some people are against it. So it's a bit as if transhumanism, it's the same thing. It's a bit letting go of that and really letting go of those taboos and trying to take control of our own evolution.
On this score, I wanted to approach it kind of how the story is that the story is very much about taking something that's organic, like the human body, and then augmenting it so it's better than it was originally. So I approach the score the same way. So any acoustic instruments I've had have to be electronically either created or manipulated. So most of the score is as virtual as possible. We're trying to do it so that every single instrument is done by me alone and virtually. So it was a weird approach, but I think it worked.
At Eidos Montreal, we have a very interesting structure here. I am actually the lead writer on the project, but my title is the narrative game designer. So in a sense, I am in the game design field rather than in the writing field. I think it's very important. It's a new position in the industry, a narrative game designer. And my role is to work side by side with the game designers to ensure that as I'm developing the storyline, it's suiting the needs of the game. So I'm familiar with what are the pillars of the gameplay that we're going for, what is the game experience that the game designers are trying to create, and I'm able to take that and create a story that works with it. One of the challenges of working in video games for a story writer is a story is a very linear experience, and you're very much used to building an experience that you are in total control of. You are guiding the viewer to feel what you want them to feel, etc. In a game, it's not a linear experience. The joy of a game is the freedom the player has to do whatever he wants, to be as unpredictable as he wants. And he might not want to follow your story. So one of the challenges, there's always that struggle between the game design and the story design, because the story may need you to experience this key event at this key moment, but you have no control whether the player will be there or not. My job working with the game designers is to really find out where they expect and what they're building for this, and find ways that the story can support it or go in different directions.
The player can play the game in various ways. He can mainly choose the combat approach, where it's all about using your guns, your offensive augmentation. You can also to play it a little bit more subtle by playing it in stealth mode. Also, you have augmentations that you can choose that will help you into being a better stealth agent. We have hacking as well that helps you to create new paths and unlock new alternatives, and also you'll have augmentations that will support that as well. And for social, you'll be able to interact with various cast of characters that you'll be able to try to convince them to do something for you, give you information, and again, we'll fuel some augmentations that will allow you to be better at convincing them. So those are the four important pillars, and what is really key to that is that we want the players to be able to play the game the way they want, and they can go back and forth through all those possibilities and tailor the experience to the way they feel it.
Mesdames et messieurs, bon matin. Si, on s'est pratiqué hier là. Today it's a very important day for the production of the game Deus Ex 3. This is the alpha milestone. The alpha milestone, it's about 15 months of work for the team. And the alpha milestone is simply that we will be able to play to have a walkthrough. So we'll be able to play from the beginning to the end of the game, which is very important milestone for us, because from today, we'll have 8 months to balance and tweak the mechanics of the game. And it's very important for this kind of game because it's a mix of different mechanics. This is a very specific recipe, the Deus Ex experience, and 8 months will be the time we'll need to balance and reach the quality we want for this game. Bon, ben sur ce, je vous souhaite une bonne journée. On est alpha. Trois ans de travail. 3 ans de travail. Vous vous rendez compte? C'est malade. Complètement malade. Donc là, il nous reste 4 mois pour la bêta. Si on est aussi rigoureux, puis aussi bien organisé qu'on l'est, puis motivé comme on l'est pour l'alpha, on va livrer notre bêta comme du monde. So it's a very critical milestone for us, and we reached it. So it's a very good news for us. Bien fraîche, s'il vous plaît.
Bien fraîche?
Ouais.
Voilà, ça peut pas être plus fraîche que ça.
Merci, Alex. Cheers.
Adam Jensen is the hero of the game. He's a private security specialist working at a biotech firm. He's in his late 30s, and he has a bit of a troubled past in that he was originally a member of the Detroit police force. He was one of the SWAT team members. And there's an incident in his past that he was in control of a SWAT situation. He was given a direct order which he did not agree with, and because he knew that it was wrong. He did not follow that order, and instead someone else did, and as he expected, the whole situation fell apart. He ended up being blamed, and he ended up quitting that job because of the politics and everything around. So we're starting with this hero who's got this background. He's kind of needing to prove himself to the world. He gets hired by this biotech company, and one of the very first things that happens to him is while he is protecting the company, a group of Black Ops soldiers attack. And so from that point on, his quest is to go forward and discover who's done this and basically look for a redemption for himself. The casting for the game was a lot of fun. We originally took it from the standpoint of the first thing we have to start with is scripts. Just audition scripts that won't actually be in the game. In the writing of these scripts, it helped us to discover the characters themselves. Once we had the audition scripts, we went in and we worked with another company, Wave Generation, to bring in a bunch of actors. And it's a lot of fun to sit in an audition system and have actor after actor come in. A lot of times you find that they're nowhere near what you want. A lot of times you find, yes, that's the exact voice. And sometimes you'll get an actor to come in and perform the character in a way that you didn't expect. That makes you go, wait a second, that's the character that I want.
I never asked for this. If you want to make enemies, try and change something. The year is 2027.
When I first got the role, I knew about Deus Ex, but I'd never played it. And I went back and played it, and I was like, this is great. I can see why this is so popular, because I had no idea the popularity of it. And the second, and I didn't say anything, but somehow people found out I was playing the role, and it was just email after email after email, and I just couldn't answer them. I just wouldn't answer them because, you know, they wouldn't let me. But it started mounting, and the pressure started mounting, and I started thinking, man, I hope this is good. If I had known what it was before, not that I would have played it any differently, but I would have maybe, I don't know, maybe I would have bowed out or something, because I would have been terrified.
Breaking news. The riots continue in the streets of Detroit.
Eliza is the newscaster. She is a very hologram type character. She's, well, they say that she's emotionless, but she does have something for Adam. She does develop a kind of a warmth, and she has a soft spot for Adam.
He is badass. I love him. He's like as far as you can go being a bad guy, but still being a good guy. You know what I mean?
The choice of doing a character in third person and also in first person was actually to create a better connection between the player and his on-screen character. So when you only see him in first person, you create a connection actually with the gun. You see that the gun is the star of the show. But what we wanted to achieve is actually to have the player see his own characters sometimes when he goes into cover, when he does takedowns, when he does cool stuff on the screen. We really wanted to showcase the main character, and this helps create a better connection with who you're playing. Who is this guy that you always see? You always see his gun and his gun, but now you can actually see his face, see his reactions, see how he moves in the environment. So that was why we did that.
And with all his augmentation, it's really awesome to see mechanically how it's working. So in the first person, it's not the same thing. You can try to do a takedown in first person, but you will never have the feeling that you will have if you have the full body action and everything. So this is why well, it's to showcase, because we have awesome modelers, so we need to showcase.
We're not trying to go for photorealism. So because we're not trying to go for photorealism, it allows us to change our proportions and stuff like that. It's not a, I wouldn't say that they're caricatures. They're not like that, but obviously they're a simplified version, right, of the human bodies. One of the main reasons is actually, I do believe as an art director that by just replicating exactly the human proportions on screen, it often doesn't look all that good. The hands look really small. You know, you see them in cutscenes and games. The fingers look kind of broken and kind of flimsy and that kind of stuff. Sometimes, no, I think the eyes need to be bigger to see the emotion and have a wider range of animation, that kind of stuff. So we're really going into that. We're simplifying a lot of stuff. Like, we actually think that, you know, getting all the pores in the skin is not necessarily what's important. Because if the textures look really, really realistic, but yet the animation is still a bit, you know, like animations in games, I mean, as far as good as the animators are, there's limitations, you know, and there's like a big clash between, it's like, oh my God, look at the skin, it looks so real, but yet it moves kind of like a robot, and we're trying to eliminate that by making them stylized a little. You know, the shoulders are bigger, the head's a little smaller, the hands are bigger. They look like comic book characters basically, but I think done right.
My name is Will Rossellini. I'm the CEO of Microtransponder. We're a medical device company developing wireless devices to interface with the nervous system. The idea of the $6 Million Man to enhance human capabilities is certainly out there. Military has been more focused on helping soldiers get better. So for the DARPA project, the $6 Million Man, at last count, the arm cost $100 million. So they have a host of projects working with rehabilitating the warfighter, and it's in the orders of billions of dollars in treatment for other cognitive disorders like post-traumatic stress or anxiety or tinnitus, for example. The question is, well, what exactly does it mean to be human? Which is one of the really interesting sort of subplots to this Deus Ex game is, okay, what does that mean to be a human, and how does that interface with our way of dealing with the world outside of us?
It's a prequel. It happens before nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is in the game, like meaning they do stuff with it. They don't know how to implant it in the body yet, you know. So it's going to be using, you know, objects and stuff like that, but not for augmentations. One of the early things that we said is that we don't want to go the kind of old school way of drawing cybernetics and stuff like that. You know, kind of like the chromy metallic arms with, like, you know, wires coming out of the chest plugging into the head. Like it makes no sense at all. So I really didn't want to go for that. I wanted for something a little, you know, a little more subtle. The main thing was to actually generate a planned uncanniness, almost like a prosthetic. You know, when you look at a prosthetic, it doesn't look natural, but yet it's skin colored, that kind of stuff, and it kind of looks weird. So we're kind of aiming for that a bit. So you might have a guy that has you know, a flesh-colored arm, but it's kind of it's thinner, that kind of stuff. You know, it kind of bends in weird ways. Because obviously, if your arm is mechanical and it's stronger, it doesn't necessarily need to be bigger. I mean, it's just mechanical anyway, right? So we're trying to, like, get into that.
I was very disappointed in some movies, in part because they really just said, we're going to take a robot and put some human parts to it. And that's fine, but they could have done a lot more work. And a lot of credit goes to the Deus Ex team. When I showed up day one, they'd already read 10 times more than I would have expected. And over the last 2 years, they've become experts in and of themselves. And I think that kind of dedication to being scientifically valid, in the sense that, yeah, this could happen, makes it much more interesting because it is closer to what could actually occur. And some of these movies that just put a big piece of mechanical robotics up against some blood, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. You didn't think about it. And I think this team deserves a lot of credit for thinking through all those issues.
I really think that the augmentations, what they will be able to do with the main character, Adam Jensen, that will be just crazy. So, and I know that because we did a focus test, and it was just, you know, a high-level prototype, you know, and or videos, and they already say, okay, that's great.
The idea that the 7 degrees of freedom that we currently have with our arms is certainly limiting, and the way that the main character can manipulate, I'm not sure how many degrees of freedom the developers will actually program in, but we're talking on the orders of 20, 30 degrees of freedom. That creates a whole different way of doing karate, doing self-defense, and doing attack moves. That's really interesting. They did a great job with it. And so that's what I'm most excited to see, because I don't think any game has ever come close to delivering that type of gameplay.
It's really fun to have those augmentations, but at the same time, it's something that we have to find cool ways to use them, and it's a pretty good challenge, I think.
Yeah, we try a lot of stuff like Muay Thai, combat, capoeira. Oh yeah, and well, street kind of fighting stuff. But I think that we're going to the story-wise, he's an old Navy or a SWAT leader or something like that. So we decided to have something more military and like quick.
Straight to the point.
Straight to the point.
It's not like you can just easily walk in a convenience store and just buy something, obviously, so it's not going to be extremely widespread, but it is there. We're going into extreme details, really, like for as far as the hero's concerned, and the bosses, like really into the mechanics, and you see the things open, and you really see how they work and how they behave, and I think that's, I'm not sure that's ever been seen in game, really, that kind of attention to detail to mechanical parts and how they move and transform.
It was a cool opportunity to actually get to, we're AI specialists, but then to get to work on a very special, boss battles are special moments. So 2 challenges, we had to take our tech and inject it into the DX3 engine. That was it. And then I think within DX3 itself is that, again, you're coming at it and you could be anybody, right? You could have this augmentation, that augmentation, this weapon. And so balancing all this stuff, you don't know a priori what the guy is coming into the game, and you want to give him a great experience. You know, you want to be true to the designer's vision, but you want to give the player a great experience. So the balancing, that was brutally hard.
The human claymore basically is exactly that. It's, you know, you take how a claymore functions, and it's incorporated into the hero. It's actually an augmentation that you can go out and buy. And it's something that you can use when you're surrounded by enemies, you know, kind of like a last resort type of thing, and you trigger it, and he's got all those little latches that open in his body, and he literally, like, you know, ejects thousands of metal beads, and he just goes into slow motion, and you see the enemies flying off in the air, and all that kind of stuff. Very, very cool effect.
I think people are dangerous. I mean, so technology is simply a tool, and I think that people are dangerous or not dangerous. And it'd be very difficult to, in fact impossible, to stop the flow of technology. You're going to get black market development regardless. So as an economist, first and foremost, I would argue that there's no need to stop any technology because the free market will take care of it. That said, there are controls in place that I think that we all could work on with clinical trials, with FDA, regulation of medical and drug products. That is an ongoing battle to make sure that there is a balance between aggressive development and marketing and safety of the patients.
We launched the trailer, the CGI trailer on the internet 1 week prior to the E3, and the response was quite absurd. We had, I think, 2.5 million views in 1 week, which is quite enormous. This really created a buzz, a momentum for the code demo that we have shown to the public. It was a labor of love of over 9-10 months, and was very intense. It was the first project that people from Visual Works, which is the studio of CGI of Square Enix, it was the first time they worked on something else than the portfolio, the traditional portfolio of Square Enix. So we had, I think, the team of Final Fantasy working on this, and they completely understood what we wanted to do, and the quality standard has been totally awesome.
You'll never find them. I'll never stop looking.
We worked 3 years before showing our work to the journalists and the public and everything, and we showed the demo to 600 journalists in 3 days, and the feedback is just great. So I'm very happy for the team.
And what I'm really happy about is the full reaction of all the territories. Not only the North American media, but the European media is completely gaga. And we have also, obviously, our friends from Japan that have really looked at it very seriously, and they want to do a big launch in Japan. So that's a great news. When people come out of the demo and the trailer, they say, when is the movie coming out? So now we have just a game to do. So that comment is very important for us, because this means people have emotionally bonded already to the game, and they want to see more of it, which is a great sign.
But this is where it ends.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed it and enjoy the rest of the show.
We were supposed to take the E3 demo and to add a couple of things, the UI and some other things, but these guys are so, they want to show the evolution to the media, to show the depth of the game. And I think David and his crew decided very late in the game to explore a new avenue for a new demo. And the demo that they chose really did hit the spot because
actually this demo was chosen roughly a month before Gamescom. And that's no joke. And the real story is that we were...
it is a joke.
It is a joke, but we did it anyway. But we were talking with the marketing guys and they were saying, yeah, maybe something new. Do you think you could show something else? And we were crazy enough to say, yeah, sure.
It's almost as if at E3 was like yeah, but it's almost as if this like, it looks like a great game, you know, it looks like a AAA and things are there, but the real Deus Ex answers were not fully answered yet. So it was like, yeah, okay, you guys are seems to be on a good way to make a great game, but Gamescom was really cool. We saw it was supposed to be a great game. Now we see it's a Deus Ex. You know, the multipath is there. All the promises have been answered.
Warren Spector was at the Gamescom. He was giving a conference at GDC Europe, and David told me you should, you know, text him to invite him to a private session. So I said, yeah, good idea. So I did, as I do some at main events, but he doesn't answer. But sometimes he shows up. And to our big surprise, he comes through the Square Enix booth around in the middle of afternoon saying, I would like to come and see it, because he never saw code. Mm-hmm. And so we did organize that after the event at 6:30, 7 p.m. a private screening, and it was quite special. I mean, we were in our demo booth, all of our guys were here and showing the third installment of the game that the father, you know, the spiritual father was there, and I think we took a lot of pictures. And I remember one quote he said, it really looks and sounds like a true Deus Ex, and for me that was sufficient.
You're gonna love Hengsha. Twice the scum and half the space. Call me if you need me back up. There's a nightclub in this sector called the Hive. If our hacker went to ground here, chances are the owner will know.
These guys, first of all, they came because they came to the new studio. They left behind jobs that were incredibly interesting, working for very good companies on very good franchises. But these guys left everything.
What have we done?
But these guys left everything to come to a brand new studio with not even permanent offices yet. But they had this passion, deep passion, and I think for all of us, it's the project of our life. Yeah. And we want this to be our signature. And once you start with that, and you work hard, you have good support, you have a good team, and after 3 years and a half, yeah, if things are not so bad, the results will be there.
Yeah, I think it's exactly that. I think really, is it a great game or not? I think it's not up to us to say this at all. I think it's not our business. I think it'll be the players and all that. But what I think it was really that it's a major endeavor of passion. Like the journalists, like they come here, like we have like journalists that have been in the business for 20 years, right? And they come here and they tell us stuff like, man, I haven't felt that in like 10 years. Like the kind of spirit there's here, the kind of energy. They're really like, there's really something going on. How much is that in the game? I think that passion is in the game, definitely. Will that make a good game? Like I said, I don't think that's really, I think we have a great product, but I mean, but yeah, I think it's really a work of passion and a work of of I think like really smart people that like are really freaking structured, organized, and stuff like that. And yeah, that's what it's all about, and it's a great team. And you know, we've been told at the Gamescom, right? They were looking at all the pictures of all the different teams, of different dev teams, and then when they got to our picture, the journalist was like, "Man, it's like I couldn't put my finger on it at the beginning, but it's like there's something about you guys." And you realize your picture, you guys are all kind of laughing and goofing around, and I think that's what it is really. It's a goofy game. Cut.
If you want to make enemies, try to change something.
All right. That was it. That was the opening commentary. And there's going to be, you know, a few more commentaries sprinkled out throughout the game. And we'll try to catch them as they pop up. Because, you know, you can't miss them. If you're not watching out, you know, you'll miss them. So, with all that said, let's start the game. I'm gonna go tell me a story because I'm basically going to be doing stealth mode the whole game. So this will give me a chance, you know, to look around for commentaries that will pop up, you know, while I'm walking around, you know, through the game. But this, if you really, you know, love your action, this is what you want to do. You want to do is Deus Ex. But we're gonna do we're just going to tell me a story. For hardened enemies in tougher situations. A good story and a good challenge, and it's just a good story experience. So let's do the opening.
Hi, welcome to the Deus Ex Human Revolution Director's Cut commentary. Here is Jean-François Dugas, the game director on the game, and I'm with
Mary DeMarle. I am the lead writer on the game.
And I'm Jonathan Jacques Billetet, and I'm the art director.
And I'm Steve Shipkowski, I'm the audio director.
and we'll have probably some guests with us today.
What do you mean?
With the first cutscene, well, when we started this project, we were kind of like, it was important to us to have links to the X1, but we wanted it to be subtle. We didn't want it to be totally in your face, even though the first character you see is Bob Page.
But you're not supposed to know that.
We wanted it to be subtle, so the first thing we did was to do just that.
But what is strange, even with the die-hard fans, when they saw it for the first time, most of them didn't recognize him, even though we tracked back the real actor.
Yeah, we went out of our way to find the real actor. We thought it was important to keep the continuity and to use him, and we thought the hardcore fans would really like it. And I think the plan was to keep the guy really in the shadows.
Yeah. And I remember I was with Dominique Demers, the lighting guy. I was darker, put it darker, and it was all constantly a debate at how much of his face we should see or not. And that was fun.
More challenging than anticipated. Fortunately, thanks to David, I now know where to look.
Yeah, so now it's the cutscene where we're introducing Adam Jensen. Actually, this TV news is probably the only TV news that has some animated 3D in it, which was the
the original plan with those TV news, but as we figured out the scope of what we had to produce, and we had so much to do, and with all the other cutscenes and stuff, we quickly realized that we wouldn't be able to.
We wanted them all to be 3D.
I know that when I was writing it, I wanted it to be like, first you wouldn't even know you were watching the news. You were actually seeing like the stuff going on at the Capitol building, and then slowly you realize, oh, it's news. But what we kind of envisioned doesn't always work.
Good night. Yeah.
And then with Megan and her necklace, that was another very important part for us, because from a story perspective, we wanted to establish something that was a part of her, something that made her human, and that would have on this relevance, because eventually we had all these plans that like you might find it in the FEMA facility where she'd been taken and stuff. So it was a very important thing, but I think that we didn't necessarily communicate that.
No, this is one of the few little times that me and you didn't talk or something about it, because usually things went pretty well in terms of what you wanted and what I wanted. But yeah, so at one point it was like, where's, you know, we had her design down and everything. Megan was pretty much finished in terms of what she would look like. Then I think it was either you or JF, he came up and was like, where's her necklace? I'm like, what necklace? You're supposed to have a pearl necklace. I'm like, really? And I'm like, the whole thing's done. She has this big collar and she's all zipped up, and I'm like, where am I gonna put it? It's like, well, just put it over her clothes. I'm like, you don't put a necklace over her clothes. But we ended up doing it, which I think looks I personally think it looks tacky, but it's fine. I mean, it works. It works in the sense that it did the purpose that it had to do.
David's waiting at him. We shouldn't keep him.
Yeah. Hold your horses.
So now we're in Megan's room.
Yeah, this is Megan's office. Obviously, pretty much the first in-game part of the entire game. This was a pretty important room for us, because since the clutter is really important in the game, we wanted to make sure that it was there straight from the get-go. So this is one of the really, really good rooms in the entire game, where it's extremely cluttered. That pillar of the art direction was quite well executed.
And the Cyber Renaissance is, you can already feel
yeah,
it.
You can really start feeling it and all that.
It's not the biggest one.
It's not, for Cyber Renaissance, it's not the biggest one, but definitely for the clutter, it's one of the good ones. Now, I have no idea why everybody's so messy in this game, though, and that nobody cleans or you know, puts their stuff in order, but it doesn't really matter anyway.
When the end of the world is coming, you have other priorities.
That's
right?
true. Yeah.
Like living your life.
Like living your life and leaving pieces of paper everywhere and stuff like that. They probably don't even know what paper is anymore anyway, because they're in their phones and stuff. That's why the paper is all over around. They're like, we don't know what that is.
Now if we look at Megan, like, her idle stance is quite awesome. She's a sexy kitten.
A sexy kitten who wants to go to the bathroom.
Exactly, and I've always hated that. And quite frankly, when I play the game, I like to explore and find the different items, even though I know where everything is. So I purposely don't look at her the entire time.
Yeah, I think it's almost borderline sexist, really, just the way she's standing there.
I think it's out of character.
It's out of character, but it's also like, you know, it's a woman waiting for a man, and she's like, you know, like, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah. Sometimes we know it, but we realize it too late.
Yeah, exactly.
And in this room too, we, like Mary alluded to, we had several pieces of information that actually were kind of selling in advance a little bit, the conspiracy and the story twist and everything. And actually, that was a huge debate among the team, like among the people in the team, whether we should hide those
how obvious should they be?
Do they be obvious or not?
Should it be like, and in fact, I think the achievement you get for getting all of them is old school gamer or something like that, because we were,
I didn't even know that
thinking that
it's the point and click kind
it's
of,
like the point and click mentality, because it's really something that's up to you to decide.
It's the King Quest achievement.
But for me, it was really important that we hide them, but some thought it was maybe too hardcore, and we went into, okay, when you get close, you have now the icon that you can press, so now you get the information about
you need that.
So I think it was kind of a fair ground. Yeah,
I agree.
Come on, Slowpoke. Please, Adam. Hey, stop reading my emails. And I thought women were the ones who kept men waiting. David's waiting, Adam. We shouldn't keep him.
So now we're in Megan's room.
Yeah, this is Megan's office. Obviously, pretty much the first in-game part of the entire game. This was a pretty important room for us because since the clutter is really important in the game, we wanted to make sure that it was there straight from the get-go. So this is one of the really, really good rooms in the entire game where it's extremely cluttered. That pillar of the art direction was quite well executed.
And the Cyber Renaissance is, you can already feel
yeah,
it.
you can really start feeling it and all that.
It's not the biggest one.
It's not, for Cyber Renaissance, it's not the biggest one, but definitely for the clutter, it's one of the good ones. Now, I have no idea why everybody's so messy in this game, though, and that nobody cleans or puts their stuff in order, but it doesn't really matter anyway.
When the end of the world is coming, you
That's
have
true.
other priorities.
So internally, we've always referred to this section of the game as the walk and talk, and it actually wasn't the
What did you
original
mean back then,
opening
Meg?
for the game. We
How
had
you
a
found it?
completely different idea for the opening to be more of a training mission where you're
something I should know
infiltrating your own company
this
as part of a
place about
security
Sarah.
test. But there was a lot of
remember that.
a lot of discussions among the team, and a lot of people didn't think we could pull that one off, and ultimately we ended up kind of taking a new direction on it and working in this kind of
And
vein.
it became the walk and talk, and actually was a nice way to have a good show don't tell moment, establishing the world and the characters.
And
right off
it,
the bat.
exactly, and at first I was, because I really liked the original idea, so I wasn't really keen for the direction. But then as I started working on the script, I really did kind of start to like how it shows off the world. But I remember the first draft of the script. I think it was Joe who pointed out that we were putting a lot of technobabble in there, and it sounded
like
much more Star.
It
Star
sounded like
Trek.
it was, yeah. It sounded like it was like a big spaceship that they were running. You know.
So we had to kind of go through extra passes to fix that and to lengthen it.
Here to the right, it's cool. Like we have one of our artists with he wanted to have an homage to the $6 Million Man, which was really cool and showing off that we're not that young.
That
So-
girl is such a bitch there. Man, stuff she said.
Well, we had to establish all their characters right off the bat as fast as we could. As fast
And
as
it
we
was
could.
another nice addition about having the VersaLife logo. And
Yes, and the arm. I remember a lot of discussions about this arm because it plays a very important part later in the game, and we really needed to
show
showcase it.
And that's why he has one sleeve and on the other side
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
have anything.
And I remember also with the artist thinking about what the arm should look like because it
Right.
needed to be recognizable
Absolutely.
for when Tongue would have it, but at the same time we didn't want it to be like, I don't know, just like purple or something, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It needed a subtlety and at the same time something that you would remember.
That's true. And that scene, like with the Claymore explosion,
That's
it took it's really cool, but it took so long before it worked. Like the dolls were always staying in the air or not moving or just falling on the ground. It takes time.
Yeah.
Pleasures
And
of physics.
if I remember correctly, they're going to get in the elevator now. And there was, I think, a lot of technical issues, first of all, with the elevator. But one of the things that we also wanted to do was we wanted to kind of focus. As they get into the elevator, you'll see suddenly we get the camera shot. And we kind of wanted to have this theme running through the game that this is Eliza who is controlling the cameras and watching Jensen all the way from the start.
Spying.
And spying on you. So here, this was a good moment, and my one regret was it was such a great idea, and I think the cinematic director brought it up, but then just unfortunately never carried it through with many of the rest of it.
Yeah, it was a very good idea that
we ended up not really carrying through. Well, you know, we got so
when
much
you've got
to
a
do.
project this big, yeah.
They talk about the dog, right? The famous
Oh, that's
dog,
right. The dog. The dog was Adam's dog. Yes, that was something when we were working on one of our earliest demos of the game, and we had to fill the world. One of the script writers said we should have this email about Adam's dog, and it should be dead. And I was, you know, at first my reaction to that was, oh, that's terrible, but as long as it's not a cat, it's okay. And
dogs are fine.
And then we were able to take that and carry it through much more.
Now we get one of our favorite characters.
Yeah,
yes.
And this here, like, what is really cool is that, just like a real guy, he just looked very, not too subtly, to Megan's ass. And like,
quick glance at her butt.
Exactly, and I think it adds authenticity to
the fact that he also did it in front of her ex-boyfriend.
It definitely tells you a lot about the character right off the top. Like he hasn't even spoken a word yet, and just that action speaks volumes as to his relationship with Adam.
Yeah,
it's Andreas.
Andreas Asperges.
Asperges did, and actually it was quite fun because I think from a writing perspective, we really wanted Pritchard to be this dick, and Andreas was so good. He'd come in and he would do this, and after every take he would finish it and go, God, I hate that guy.
And now we hear the
UNATCO theme.
Yeah, I really thought when I heard what Mike had done, there was a chance right there to kind of bring a little homage to the UNATCO theme, and we felt like this was sort of our new UNATCO, and we wanted to just give a little nod to it, and I found it was a great way to showcase into the beautiful room that John and his team designed here.
Yeah, no, and it worked really well because we just past that point now, but when we first walk into the corridor that leads into David's office, is really one of my favorite parts of the game. Is the way you crescendo with the music at that point, and this is one of my favorite rooms in the game as well. And just everything just culminates together, and it's just
it's very emotional.
It's so emotional.
It's really strong.
Yeah. I think for the story, but also for what we try to put together as a team, it's all there, and I think it's very emotional for us as well, just as a in relation to the project, you know.
Right, absolutely.
Environmental malfunction. Laboratory subsection 6. All lab chiefs, please report in.
We better not take any chances. Not tonight. Use my elevator to get down there. You know the code?
Yeah, 0451.
Let me know what you find. Athena, get someone to shut off the damn racket.
Yes, sir.
So now, if you look at the sky by the window and everything, like one of the early version, like the sky was filled with so many aircrafts that it felt like
little
it was
flying cars,
whatever
they
it
were.
felt like it was Coruscant on Inns Towers, and we were like, no, okay, it's in 2027, but it's still the normal world.
Well, the thing's that they're not even flying cars. There's no flying cars in our game. In the world that we created, there's supposed to be choppers or personal airplanes or private jets or whatever. But it's even now, I think there's too much. But it used to be columns, like in Coruscant.
Yeah. It's much better, but it could have been
It's much better, but it could have been. Because Adam has his chopper, but we never intended this to be a world where there was particularly suddenly people just flying around
TIE fighters
to go shopping or whatever, you know.
And then on the Serif's desk, there's the chessboard.
Yeah, the chessboard is pretty funny because I had a thing with one of the guys at Square Enix in LA where he gave me this really great idea once. He wanted the chessboard, the pieces to be placed as the winning move of Kasparov against Big Blue. And or was it Kasparov? I was about to say Bobby Fischer, but no, it was Kasparov. And I kept telling you, it's a great idea, you know, we'll totally do it. And I was always forgetting, you know. And every time they'd get a new build down in LA and he'll play it, and he would like send me an email, man, the pieces were still just like there's no game going on, you know. And I was like, I'll do it. And I just kept forgetting, and then we ended up not doing. But it was a great idea because I'm sure with the kind of fans that we have, they totally would have picked it up that it's the last move. Yeah.
And now, as if you go to the elevator, now there's the code, like in the pure tradition of Looking Glass and Ion Storm games.
Yeah, I mean, 451 has been in all of their games. A reference to Ray Bradbury, one of my favorite authors. May he rest in peace. And so we knew it had to be the first code in the game.
Right.
And one of the funny things was that actually when we were creating again the demo, I think it was for E3, which happens much later in the game, one of the level designers, without even thinking it, put in the code 0415.
He switched the numbers.
Yeah, he switched the numbers, and everybody was like, "Look, is that supposed to be? Is that no? It was for getting into Tom's back office
in the Hive.
Okay.
So, but we just knew we had to get that in for the first code.
And it was funny because I had a flight once while we were making the game. I don't know, I was flying where, probably for some marketing, whatever, something. And I'm in the plane. I'm looking at my flight number, and it's 0451, and I'm like, no, and I took a picture, and I actually tweeted it first, and then people were like, no way, and then I'm like, yeah, and I took a picture and I posted, and people were like, oh my god, it's a premonition, it's like, walk out of that plane, it's gonna crash or something.
On a remote island.
You need to know what's happening, Adam. Use my elevator. Let me know what you find. Let me know what you find. Let me know what you find.
Pritchard, where's Megan? She report in yet?
Her GPL implant shows her moving through the microchem labs. I think she's running.
Damn. Must have been a serious equipment failure. Can you get eyes on her?
I'm trying, but the intellicams aren't responding. There's interference coming from somewhere. Find out what's happening, Jensen. Hurry!
Pritchard! Pritchard!
Before you can do anything, you must be able to get around. The first move you'll want to learn is the crouch. It will allow you to get into small spaces such as air vents, or to hide behind low objects so you can move about unnoticed. Jumping on objects or ladders is essential for getting to those hard-to-reach places. Sometimes going high or low is not enough. Sometimes you just need to go fast. You'll only be able to sprint for a few seconds at a time, though, so use it wisely.
So this section where the attack takes place, originally what we had wanted to have was that you would actually go back through the area that you saw through the walk and talk, and kind of do that kind of whole Half-Life thing where you take the descent down and then you fight your way back through everything you saw earlier. But apparently remind me again, JF, I think the original walk and talk was not designed.
No, the layout was built in such a way that it was just made to be controlled, not to have a player have total freedom.
I mean, we would have had to change it a lot to make it gameplay kind of acceptable, and then we wouldn't have recognized it as the walk and talk.
Because even there are some places we didn't put collisions or
exactly.
anything.
So in that sense, then we had to kind of refigure a bit of the story in terms of. Actually, it came in better for us because then when you come later into Seraph Industries and you see the signs, you see parts that are under construction, and it's because it's where Megan went to. In the elevator ride, so it ended up working out pretty good for us.
True.
So here we're just right before the scripted event with Barrett, where he kills the scientist. What's funny is that originally in the map layout, as you were walking down this corridor, there was a window in front of you with fire and smoke. And what's funny, it's when you were getting there, it was triggering the scripted event. But players were attracted to the window to look outside, and they were totally missing the scene with Barrett and everything. And at some point, I asked the artist to remove and just put I would say a blend wall to make sure that players are attracted in the direction of Barrett. And after that change, like in the playtest and everything, it was working super fine.
Damn artist.
Some objects in the environment can be picked up and moved. Use them to create paths to inaccessible areas, or as portable cover during a firefight. You can also throw them at the enemy if need be. When the lead starts to fly, it's wise to take cover. This will protect you from bullets and explosives. To shoot, peek out from behind your cover spot, either to the side or from above. Then take aim and fire. Whenever possible, use cover when moving around. Line of sight is important, and by keeping behind cover, you'll stand a better chance that enemies won't get a bead on you.
So here in this room, we see for the first time the two Black Ops killing a scientist that he falls off the guards and everything, and that has been a crazy ride just to get this thing working. We were on the verge of cutting it because it was really hard to have those scripted events working with the environment and with the physics and everything. It has been a nightmare, and I fought until the last minute to make sure that we get this in, and finally it worked.
It worked really well.
It was
I don't think most people realize, most gamers, how hard it is just to put things like this. I mean, depending on the engine that's being used, but how hard it can be to have those scripted events going. It's just one guy being pushed over, railings, but it's
especially when you don't have the tools,
and if you don't have the tools.
And on the audio side, we worked really hard. Like for me, it was a huge thing to try and really sense the show don't tell of the terrorist attack happening. So like as you're walking and you're coming across dead bodies and that, I thought it'd be cool if we could hear the sort of
the
violence and the killings and all that before you see it, and then when you'd come around the corner you'd see the bodies laying there, and it would kind of put it in context. It didn't come out as hot and sexy as I hoped and wanted, but it came out really cool. And again, there was certain limitations we had to deal with that was behind it, but the team came together and pulled out something that was really close to what we wanted.
Yeah, so here we're just before the corner where Fedorova is introduced and she kills some guards. That was a lot of work and everything, but that sequence came quite late during the development, and we realized too late that it wasn't working because we foreshadow it with the 2 guards being killed at the other end of the corridor, and we thought players would be attracted and see what's lurking beyond the corner. But actually what happened is that most players were scared and they were just taking cover and waiting. Yeah,
because they just saw people like getting gunned down and everything. So
And
obviously
they
your
figure
first
something's
reflex,
coming.
is just to kind of hide or whatever.
And then when they were getting on the corner, when they realized nothing was happening, the door was already open. The scientist on the other side of the door was already killed. So like it was and most players it was like that, and we were like, oh no.
And they never got to see Fedorova, and it was so important to try and set her up. And I remember that first animation that they had.
Yeah, it was a little outside of what we wanted, I think, Fedorova to be, because she it's a bit of a clumsy sort of scene how it came together, and she sort of just dematerializes and then materializes on the other side of the door, and we even thought, like, to try and help that, we put in the sound. If you listen, you can hear like almost the footsteps in the vent of like her traveling to the other side. But then she'd kill the scientist and she'd look at the players and do this kind of almost like Betty Boop sort of like blowing you a kiss. And we're sort of like, it's not really working
and I
for
think
us.
everybody was kind of like, that's not this killer, this silent killer.
No.
That's certainly not what she's like.
But in the end, it came out pretty well when you have the opportunity to see it, right?
Yeah, but they changed the animation.
But we changed it. That's
what I'm
changed
saying.
it. Yeah.
But we had to see it for a long time.
Yeah.
It really bothered people.
Yeah, I gave up at one point. I thought, this is it. This is what's going to stay.
And I think every single one of us went to the animation team and said, you have to change it. You have to change it.
But now she just hops over the fence now, right? That's
Absolutely.
that's
and the other problem we had was with the visuals, because she was jumping through the roof air vent, but the hole was so small, like, how can you fit in that? It makes no sense.
It needs to be at least
3 times bigger.
Twice as big. What is this, an air vent for ants? But it sounds. Did we make it bigger in the end?
Yes.
Yeah, we made it a bit bigger.
A tiny bit.
Tiny bit. For more ants.
So the goal of this cutscene was really to surprise the player and get him. And I've always hated that shot of Megan because it makes it look like, what the heck is she doing while this terrorist attack is going on? It's supposed to be, is she a part of it? Whatever. She should have been cowering in fear. But for the most part, I think this cutscene did a pretty good job of conveying the horror of what happens to Adam in this scene.
Yeah. I remember feeling bad for him.
Yeah. It's almost gruesome.
And you can really understand all those augmentations.
That I really hated. I really don't like the green acid. It's like so like Saturday morning cartoons. I think it's all green.
Like Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
And here Namir is going to come to us, and originally was supposed to be in gameplay, and actually we had
move the camera and everything.
Yeah, we had a working prototype, but hey. So yeah, with the opening credits, actually it seems like people really liked it. Our original inspiration was to kind of the James Bond movies, the $6 Million Man's trying to showcase this augmented character and everything, but we wanted it to be really stylish, really like a James Bond movie. Sometimes they go beyond, they go in the abstract.
It's very stylized.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
It's actually more stylized than what we did. But no, it works really, really well. I think Steve A, the sound, the track that's on it is just completely insane. By the way, that's a pig. Sorry, I cut you. But when we see the thing cutting the flesh, it's actually a real piece of pig that was bought.
When I saw the visuals, I mean, I was really impressed. It looked really cool, and I thought it was going to be really important to sort of nail it with the right music tone, because I think something that wouldn't have worked as well might have undersold the power of the scene, but it was really powerful when I put the music to it with the visuals. I was just kind of like, yeah, this couldn't work any better. Mike McCann, the composer, just really hit this one out of the park, and the reaction we got when people saw it and heard it, they loved it right away. Even I think Goldtooth, the people who produced the
who actually put it together,
they came back right away saying the music track is just selling this whole thing.
It really was. And I remember the dialogue in this is so funny because the dialogue is so short and so simple, but you needed it to convey basically some of the hinting of what's going on with Sarah forcing the augmentations, but also we wanted it to sound like a real surgery and the kind of thing. So I remember giving it to one of the writers on staff and saying, could you kind of write these opening lines and stuff, and he was going on and researching all about operations and CCT scans and all these things, and in the end those little details are so important just to make it and pop it. Even if you can't hear it, it works.
So yeah, Jensen's coming back from the dead, and now is going to come. Well, we see now that Eliza is still watching him, and now we'll see him close his shades for the first time. Now he's closing on himself.
And he's closing. Exactly. That was the idea, right? That he's kind of like now he doesn't really like what's happened to him, and he's a bit kind of
self-conscious.
He's self-conscious and making a little shield around him from the world.
The eyes are the windows to the soul, but
the eyes
we cover them up.
Yeah, he protects himself.
Yeah.
Adam, it's David. You in the building?
Just entered the lobby.
Sorry to put you out of sick leave so soon, but we've got a situation. A break-in at our Milwaukee Junction factory. Meet me at the helipad.
I have to see Pritchard first. Something's wrong with my retinal enhancement.
Frank's on the second floor in the tech lab. Make it quick. People's lives are at stake.
The least we can do is remind everyone of the sacrifices our scientists made for this company, for the world even. Jensen, good to have you back, man. I can't tell you how relieved we were to hear you were going to make it.
Yeah, it's the reminding part that bothers me. I've been in therapy for months trying to forget that night. Seeing the bodies coming out all burned up like that.
I wasn't there, but I heard it was gruesome.
Megan, Eric, Vasily, the whole team gone in one awful flash. How could this have happened?
The how's not important anymore. We need to honor them by being true to their vision. Show those terrorists that they can't stop us from finishing the job.
I'm sorry. I can't imagine how difficult it's been for you. You probably just want to forget, huh?
Jensen, isn't it a bit early to toss him back into the trenches?
I hear he's almost fully recovered.
His body accepted augmentations with remarkable ease, but that doesn't mean his mind. We don't know what happened when he was responding.
The Mexican town massacre wasn't his fault.
Then why was he kicked off the force? I'm just saying he's too much of a risk.
Too much of a risk. I mean, it's a miracle he didn't die in that operation.
It looks fine to me.
That's not the point. Those additional implants, the tracking system, and whatever else David put inside him, it was unnecessary. The body can only take so much when it's on life support.
Well, obviously David felt that after the attacks, it was important to have the best possible security.
Is someone there?
Jensen, didn't hear you coming. You should probably be heading for the helipad, don't you think?
I'll get there. But I thought I'd better clear up a few things first about my current mental state.
Heard that, did you? Look, I'm sorry. It's just that what happened to you was horrible. Most people don't recover this fast.
And you think sitting at home and obsessing over it is the better way to go?
Of course not. It's just, things have been pretty rough around here, Jensen. The last thing any of us needs is more funerals.
Agreed. Oh, and by the way, that Mexican town massacre was a complete bohica. But I wasn't fired because of it. I quit.
There's a difference?
Yeah, a little thing called integrity. You might want to look it up someday.
So probably, depending here on how you played, you might have gone or not in the ladies' restroom. And eventually, if you go meet Pritchard, he will comment on that. So for the old fans of the SX, for us, it was just a way to pay an homage to this kind of similar scene in the X1.
And pay an homage to perverts.
Exactly.
And I think that's why we put the conversation that's going on in there. And I
To
remember,
attract
yeah,
people
and I
there.
remember watching some of the people here testing jumping to see if they could see the women inside the restroom.
And you added a sound about like, if you jump a couple of times, like, is it someone here or something?
Possibly. To be honest, I don't really remember. I just remember that I loved the delivery of the actor Pritchard when he just adds casually, and you might want to stay out of the women's washrooms. And
yeah,
it was
and when
well
he did
written and well delivered.
Yeah, and actually, I remember when we recorded it, they recorded it, and they were like, "That was just a joke line, right? I mean, that's not going in the game, is it?" We're like, "No, that's real. It really will happen."
Welcome back, Mr. Jensen. The new look suits you.
He kind of looks a little bit like Ensign Kim. Yeah? Maybe he's Ensign Kim's uncle.
Apparently he's called in the big guns. Of course I heard. Everyone Everyone in the office is on edge. Okay, goodbye. Are you Mr. Jensen? I heard you might be coming back soon. I'm one of the new hires. Replacement, so to speak. I heard there's a problem at the manufacturing plant. It's not serious, is it? I mean, is this something that happens regularly here? I heard there's a problem at the manufacturing plant. It's not serious, is it? I mean...
Jensen?
Frank tells me he's still waiting for you, Adam. You don't have time to mess around. Get to the tech lab, or something seriously bad is gonna happen.
Mr. Jensen, you're looking well. Did you come in to find out about the break-in? I'm sure Athena and Mr. Seraph know what's going on.
Second one in 6 months. Only this time at the manufacturing plant. It can't just be a coincidence.
Mr. Seraph might be headed to the plant, but Athena should be up in his offices. I trust her before trusting the news.
My God. Mr. Jensen, I didn't think you'd... Wow. I guess you're here about the break-in. Did you need directions or something?
It hasn't been that long, Cindy. I may not look the same, but my memory's pretty intact.
Oh, I didn't mean... I mean, of course, your memory's fine, sir. It's just that, well, things have been switched around a lot ever since the...
Ever since the first attack?
Yes, sir. The lab floors were pretty much demolished. We're rebuilding them, but most of our researchers are working off-site now. Everyone else has been shuffled around, so if you need help finding someone...
You said everyone's been moved around?
Almost everyone. Who were you looking for?
I need to get to Seraph's office.
Oh, he and Mrs. Margulis are still in the penthouse. You can use the elevator at the left wing of the building to get there.
Has my office been moved?
No, sir. You still have that great view of the lobby. Mr. Pritchard wanted it, but Mrs. Margulis put a stop to that. Up 2 floors and make a right.
Thanks.
That's what I'm here for. Anything else, sir?
Where's the tech lab?
It's not really a lab, sir. It's more of an office with a lot of computer equipment shoved in it. Mr. Pritchard complains about it all the time. Go up the stairs behind me and take a right. You'll find it near the end of the hall.
I don't suppose we moved the helipad, did we?
I don't see how we could have moved it. Oh, you're teasing me. Very funny, Mr. Jensen. Go up the stairs to the 2nd floor, then around the cafeteria to the exit. I think I saw Farida heading there earlier.
I'll find my way.
If you say so. It's good to have you back, sir.
Why is David keeping the SWAT team from going in right away? Doesn't he remember the last attack?
You can't compare the two. Those guys were obviously military. These ones are just vandals.
Vandals with guns and bullets that kill people.
Look, David cares about his people, but he needs to protect his client's interests. Don't worry, I'm sure he's got a plan.
Adam? Welcome back. I thought you were still in recovery.
Jensen, I knew the boss had an ace up his sleeve. Good to have you back.
You a new guy too? I've been here 2 months. Hope I haven't tied myself to a sinking ship.
Oh man, look at this. I didn't think we'd see you for another 6 months, no matter what Seraph said. You here to kick some purity first ass? Go teach those bastards a lesson. We'll hold down the fort while you're gone.
Hello? Who is it?
Jensen? What are you doing here? I wouldn't have put 2 credits down on you ever walking again, let alone coming back to work.
So with this one, the Final Fantasy poster, it was quite an adventure.
Yeah, that's one of the concept artists who had this idea, and he just he's like, you know, it was not too long after we were bought by Square Enix, so he had the idea to do this little poster, and it's Final Fantasy 27, obviously, because the game takes place in 2027, and he just put it like this for the fun of it, and it became something really, really big because we wanted to keep it. But, you know, the way Square Enix works, you know, they're very serious about the license and whatnot. So he actually went up all the way to Wada-san to be approved
And ask him
to leave there. And he actually had to show it to some of the artists and some of the art directors of the franchise, so they could approve that it, you know, it had something that had to do with the game. And what's funny as well is if you look at the poster, the head of the lady is hiding the numbers, and there's actually not enough space for the numbers if you actually try to imagine them there, which doesn't work, but whatever, it's still there. Yeah.
Christ, Adam, while you were strolling around the offices, the situation got worse. Meet me in the chopper, I'll explain.
About time. What happened? You get stuck in an air duct on the way over?
Yeah, nice to see you too, Francis. Something's wrong with my retinal display. Can you fix it?
If it's what I think it is, probably. Of course, it might seem. Looks like your left and right imaging processors weren't completely in sync. But don't worry, your Sentinel health implant will kick in soon, repairing any damage that might have caused. Your retinal display should be fine now. Its recognition software won't be picking up hostiles yet, but you should be seeing radar and targeting reticules. Biomedical data too, if you're in pain.
Right. We done here? Because Seraph is waiting for me at the helipad.
I know. Radicals have broken into our manufacturing plant and taken hostages. Maybe this time you'll actually save people.
If you got a problem with me, Pritchard, why don't you just say it and get it over with?
Why no, Jensen. I don't have a problem with you. If anything, I blame myself.
The mighty Pritchard blaming himself. That's gotta be a first.
I'm the one who told Sarif we needed a physical security team to protect us. If he'd read my report closely enough...
Wait a second. Are you saying it was your idea to hire me?
Not you, Jensen. I wanted Dynacore, Sharp Edge, or Bell Tower. All the top private security contractors were on my list, but Sarif wanted somebody in-house. And so did Dr. Reed.
Lucky for you, I'm gonna ignore that comment. We're done here.
Oh, and by the way, Jensen, I know you've gone through a lot of physical changes of late, but you didn't become a woman. Stay out of the ladies' restroom. As enjoyable as this little chit-chat has been, isn't Sarif waiting for you at the helipad?
Oh, hey, wow. Welcome back, Jensen. Barely recognized you. You're looking good. Remarkably good.
Jensen, we were just chatting about the Milwaukee Junction situation. I guess you're heading over there. Jensen, goddamn, it's good to see you up and around so soon. I guess you're worried about the break-in at the plant.
We're under attack again? I'm getting the feeling someone has it in for this company.
Jensen? Wow. I mean, Sarah spared no expense putting you back together, I guess. Nice to see you looking so, well, different.
Adam, are you here because of Milwaukee Junction? Apparently a group of vandals broke into the place.
So by now, depending on how much time you spend in the Sarif offices, David Sarif contacted you a couple of times to tell you to go to the manufacturing plant.
Adam!
Yeah, exactly. And that thing, he was in the game for a while, like with the dialogue, depending on how much time you were spending there or not. It was popping several times with different kind of variation in the conversation. Things are going to go much worse and everything. And I was reviewing the build in November 1992, in November 2010, and we were almost beta and everything. And I realized, oh my God, like, it's just smoke and mirror, and we don't carry it through. Like there's no real consequences.
No real consequence, yeah, exactly.
And it's a game about that. And I was, oh my God.
I think that's one of the best things in the game, really.
Yeah, we're missing the point. Yeah. And the next morning, I come back in the office, and I go to David and Fussy, our producer, and say, man, we did a huge mistake, and now we're going in our first instance with the journalists, and we're totally fucked. Basically, we need to have a real consequence to that thing, and said we need to re-record lines with.
And we basically need to kill the hostages.
We
if
need
we don't
to kill
get
the
there
hostages,
in time.
exactly. We need to re-record lines, new lines for police officers, for David Sarifs, for Adam Jensen, for all those beautiful people. And he approved it, and I was so happy because, like, and then it was the quest for.
Yeah, and what was crazy about it was, first of all, we were so close to like almost having to ship the game that we'd released a lot of our actors. We'd already done all the recording, and Sarif himself. So we had to go through and we had to kind of indicate which actors would have to be brought back, how many lines they'd have, and then we had to find Steve Schellen.
Yeah, we found him somewhere on there. somewhere on a beach in Morocco doing something.
He was on
with
vacation,
someone.
He was on vacation.
Yeah, he was.
He'd been
he was out
wrapped.
there. Yeah, well, he was done. And I mean, anybody who knows Steve Shellen, very talented actor, but very much a free spirit.
How long it took you to get to him? To trace him back?
It wasn't that bad, actually, because I think he did leave information with his agent saying if anybody needs me. And so it was actually quite surprisingly quick. But then it was just the logistics of like, okay, I got to find a studio in Morocco that this guy can go to. And, I have no way of specking out what their facility's like, what's it going to sound like. But somehow, through the magic of technology and that, we had our voice director here, we had Mary here, and we hooked up via Source Connect, which is a software that allows you to link up in real time and listen in the studio session. So we were able to do it that way. And I guess he showed up in Bermuda shorts with coconuts in hand, and he did it, and we got through it.
Yeah, and it was just a few days before the deadline, and Steve came to me. He's like, well, hopefully it's going to work, and the sound, the quality is going to be there. Otherwise, we might not be able to use it, and we were super stressed. But it was a fun ride.
Yeah, and it worked out because that's the first thing everyone comments when they started playing the game was, "Oh my God, I the hostages are dead already.
Yeah.
I didn't know that would happen."
Yeah, it's one of the few games that really tell you something, and
it teaches you early on that there's going to be consequences
and that really encapsulates what a Deus Ex game is all about. It's this thing that you don't even know that is really happening or whatever, depending on what you do. And some people would arrive there and see them dead, and they didn't pay attention to what David was saying, and they wouldn't know why, and that's what it's all about.
And it almost didn't happen.
Adam Jensen. It's so good to have you back, even if the conditions for your return aren't all that auspicious.
Sarah didn't really tell me much, Athena. Just something about a break-in at the factory. How serious is it?
Plenty. Some of our people were inside when it happened, working overtime.
On a Saturday evening?
Things have been difficult since we lost so many good people. Everybody's had to do extra shifts to meet deadlines. Most clients were understanding, but not every contract can be delayed.
Especially the military ones. So what am I looking at here?
David knows more than I do. Get to the helipad, he'll fill you in.
But sources tell me that a militant group of pro-human activists have raided a Seraph Industries plant. Factory workers have been taken hostage, and the entire city holds its collective breath. I doubt I need to remind you folks that this is the second time the biotechnology firm has been attacked. The first time, 6 months ago, on the eve of controversial hearings set to scrutinize the company's research. With those hearings permanently on hold, many are now wondering if something else may be going on. Is David Seraph hiding something? For tonight, this is Eliza Kassan reporting to you live from Picus.
So that's pretty funny. If you look at this pizza box here, it's Maggio's Pizza, and that's actually one of the texture artists. And if you look at the face on it, that's actually his face. And throughout, I think it's in Detroit. There might be one in Hangsha as well. You see the actual restaurant as well, with his name and his face on the window. So that's the kind of stuff we did a lot in the game, which is
Did he become rich with that?
Well, I haven't seen him for a while, so I think he's probably very rich. Yeah.
Retired.
Yeah, retired. Yeah.
Do you know what's happening at the manufacturing plant? Some kind of break-in, I heard.
So here's the VTOL, or the VTOL, Adam's chopper, or Farida's chopper. This is definitely one of the pieces of hardware that I really prefer in the game. I mean, one of my favorite ones. I think it's a perfect mix of really almost hardcore sci-fi design, yet with a lot of credibility to it, where you can easily imagine this is where things would go, you know, in 20 or 30 years from now. I just really love it. I've always wanted to make a little, you know, model of it, you know, kind of like a scratch build with
it looks really good.
It looks really good. Just buying pieces of model kits from airplanes and stuff like that, and just like from the pieces actually build that. And yeah, it has a lot of character, and that's it. I really like it.
And speaking of character, since the VTOL is also very much associated with Farida
yeah.
Malik, Farida was actually a character who was not originally thought to be a very important character in the game. I think it took a long time before we actually gave her a name. In fact, at first we were calling her Farina, but then everyone here was saying, Mary, that means wheat in French. And it's flour in French. It can't be that and everything. So,
yeah.
but she really wasn't intended to be this big character at all in the game. And then as we continued developing the game and writing the scripts and starting to add more player choice into dialogues, she ended up becoming... And it makes sense when you think about it, because she's one of your constant companions. So she ended up coming within the development process itself, developing into a very big character. And I think our original backstory for her was she was supposed to be of Muslim descent, and we originally wanted to have her use Arabic language and swear words and everything.
We tried it.
But then when we ended up casting the actress as 100% American.
Well, because here's the thing, what I remember is, and you had a strong affection for the character because it was based on a character in Battlestar Galactica. I think that, you were saying as a reference.
A little bit.
It was
like
Starbucks.
As a reference.
Yeah, as a reference, yeah.
So we had that, but then she's got to be Arabic. So we had found the actress and we loved what she brought, and she had that sort of tough, kind of tomboyish sort of way about her, and we really loved everything about it. But every time we would have dialogue where she'd have to swear in Arabic to kind of give her that, you know, where she comes from, it just always sounded really forced. It just never worked. Like she would nail the pronunciation, but it's just, you know, it's not natural.
We pretty much figured the first time that she did it, that was like, okay, we're dropping all that right now, and we're just going with the American.
Yeah, Mary quickly adapted it. We kept the character. We kept her origins. We just removed the swearing from the Arabic language and kept her North American, and it worked well.
Yeah.
Also, another thing, the thing on her face above her lip, like actually in the game it looks like a beauty mark, but it's supposed to be a monaural piercing, and it just didn't really come out all that well in the game. So everybody, like, there's a lot of fan art about Farida, and they put a beauty mark, but it's supposed to be a little piercing.
No, you know the truth.
Now you know the truth.
Piercing.
Say that again?
I always thought it was a piercing.
Cool. So we were too, thinking it was a piercing.
Welcome back, Jensen. Didn't think we'd see you around here for a while yet.
You know how it goes, Malik. Duty calls.
Don't I know it? I was in my wingsuit halfway to the top of the Renaissance Center when I got the 911. But you? 6 months is a hell of a short time to come back from the dead. You sure you're ready for this?
Only one way to find out.
Roger that. The boss is already on board, arguing with the DPD's tactical response team. They've got the plant surrounded, but Mr. Seraph wants you to go in first. Are you all set here? Because the sooner we take off, the better it will be for everyone.
I'm ready.
Great. Then let's get airborne.
So yeah, the cutscenes are pre-rendered, but originally we were planning them out to be totally in-game and everything. And as we were progressing and realizing what it would demand and the tools and everything that we didn't have set up properly and everything, we kind of realized that we would never ship the game like that. So we had to rely on the pre-rendered cutscenes.
There's a funny little thing here at the, if you notice when Jensen comes into the VTOL in the cutscene, he's wearing his jacket, and then when we start inside the plane, he's not wearing the jacket, and it was kind of a big problem where between cinematics and in-game they were saying, you know, something fell through the cracks. So for audio to try and help that out at the end of the cutscene, you actually kind of hear a cloth rustle, and it's supposed to be Jensen taking his coat off and throwing his coat on the floor. To try and help sort of bridge the gap that, you know, it was too late. We couldn't fix the cutscene, and we couldn't put the coat on him here. It didn't make sense, so that's kind of how we dealt with that.
And this is a pretty major scene with David Seraph. It's really the first time you ever get to meet him in person. And I remember the casting for David Seraph. We went through a lot of different ideas about what kind of person this should be. Should he be really corporate? Should he be this? And I remember we had a couple contenders, and when Steve Shellen came in, and the way he played it, it wasn't exactly what I was picturing in my head, but I remember going, wait a second, it's like, it totally works, because we wanted a very charismatic guy who's a very friendly guy, but we wanted a corporate CEO kind of guy. And I remember walking out of that casting session going, oh my goodness, what is going to happen? And I think the decision, we did it early enough in the process that the decision to cast him totally affected how we wrote that character from that point on.
I'm not looking to start a firefight in there, just neutralize them.
Okay. But just make sure those bastards don't wake up and warn their friends. You remember what it's like in there? A lot of tight and closed hallways, but the labs themselves are pretty open. High ceilings. So you want something you can use from a distance or up close?
Give me something with distance. If I get too close, I'll take them out personally.
Just try not to break anything expensive. The Typhoon should be in the factoring labs, but Frank will tell you more as you go in. I've got him running comms.
Terrific. Anything else?
Keep your eyes open for Josie. Now free her if you can, but the Typhoon is your #1 priority. We developed it for the Alphabet agencies, and if we don't deliver it to them intact and still a secret, well, I'm sure you'll get the job done right.
Gentlemen, prepare for landing.
What the hell is it with your boss holding us up? Does he know that he cost his own people their lives? You're the Seraph security guy, right? The one we were delayed for? Hope you know those hostages are dead because of you and your boss.
At any point during the game, you can access the in-game menu. The inventory holds all the items you are carrying with you. It has a fixed size, which can be upgraded through augmentation. You can move inventory items around, examine them, or combine them with upgrades. In the heat of battle, you can rely on the quick inventory instead. It allows you to quickly equip a weapon, change grenade type, or use an item. Simply press the keyboard key associated with the slot in which the desired item resides. You can swap the content of a slot in and out as you please by accessing the inventory screen. The objective screen details your current missions and objectives. The log screen is a repository of all the emails and books you read on your journey. The map is a helpful tool that allows you to see where you are in relation to your objectives. Useful locations such as merchants and limb clinics are also marked. The augmentation trees are where you can spend experience points to upgrade augmentations you own. Simply select an augmentation and choose which upgrade you want to buy. Upgrading augmentations can be done anywhere, at any time.
So it's a way you can flip them. Oh, here you go. Well, oh, yeah, right mouse, flip item. When it won't flip. I want it flip. I have to disable the mouse. Do I have to do something? A mouse? Oh yeah, that's right. This particular mouse is not compatible. Shit. Maybe I can Oh man, that sucks. I won't be able to rearrange shit. Maybe I gotta assign it. That's probably what I got. Maybe I gotta assign it. That sucks. Man. He's right, mouse to flip. Yeah, man. It won't flip. Sucks. At least that works. When did I get this email? Oh, these are books? No, there's an email. Oh, there's the email from, okay. Gonzalez. Yeah, okay, I remember these. Okay. These are the books. You read two? Sucks, I can't flip this. Oh well. Not really big deal, I guess. Yes, it is mission logs. Yeah, okay. Alright.
So this is pretty funny. You guys have probably noticed already, or will notice. There's paint buckets lying around the entire game, and they're all kind of empty.
All over the place.
All
They're
over the
all
place.
gold.
Yeah, and they're all empty yellow or gold paint, if you want. And the joke behind that is because there's so much yellow, gold, and orange in the game.
Black and gold.
With the black and gold, obviously the 50% of the black and gold, is the joke is that it's actually people in the world who actually, took up, paint buckets of yellow paints and painted the world that way. So it just became a little inside joke, and we started putting these buckets all over the place.
So now you know how the black and gold was made in the
Yeah,
first
it is not from us. It is from very, very advanced AI that started painting the game to their liking, really.
So as you continue playing the game, keep an eye out. You'll
Keep an
see
eye
how
out.
many
They're all-
there are.
all
Yeah.
over the place.
Yeah.
At any point during the game, you can access the in-game menu.
I'll put them over there. Okay, let's see how that works. All right.
About freaking time. SI Security?
Yeah, name's Jensen.
I know. You used to be on Team 2 till that Mexican town thing went down. I guess the more things change, the more they stay the same, don't they?
Meaning what?
Meaning corpses seem to follow you around. Feel like getting in there and doing whatever it is your boss wants you to do? Because maybe then we can get your people some justice.
I'm gonna need some intel before I head in.
Fine. What do you want to know?
Realistically, how much time do I have before you guys breach?
According to protocol, none. According to your boss, so far the press hasn't found out about the murders, but I can't guarantee that someone somewhere isn't going to let it slip. And when that happens...
That almost sounds like a threat, Commander.
It's not. But you didn't hear the phone call, Jensen. 8 innocent civilians screaming for help while choking to death on poison gas. And all we could do was stand here and listen. So, anything else you want to know?
How many purists am I looking at down there?
I don't have an exact number. So far we've spotted 3 in the courtyard, maybe a dozen or so inside. But that's a sketchy estimate at best, since we seem to be getting a loop playback off your intellicams.
That shouldn't be possible. I told Seraph to make sure Pritchard overhauled the system.
Well, someone inside must be tech savvy, because all we're seeing is a loop. For all we know, there could be 5, 10, or 3 dozen perps in there.
The leader's name is Sanders, right? What's his story?
Zeke Sanders. We're running background on him now. Looks like he fought 2 tours in the Gulf. One of them on a recycled military bill.
You mean he's augmented? Seraph told me he's not.
He used to be augmented. Says his Augs made him do evil shit, so he ripped him out. Now he's got a whole crew of gullible gangbangers ready to kill for him, as we've already seen.
I think I've heard enough.
You sure? Wouldn't want to make your boss unhappy.
I got it from here.
Like we got a choice.
Jensen, you're the guy we've been waiting for. Jesus Christ. Look at you. You goddamn tank.
So this is a manufacturing plant. It's the first mission that Adam Jensen goes through after getting fully augmented.
Yeah, once he's RoboCop.
When he's RoboCop, now he's ready to use his new tools. The thing is that the first final version of the map that we got actually, to just put people in context, it was supposed to be those terrorists taking over this facility.
The Purity First guys.
Purity First guys trying to find evidences that Seraph Industries was going through unethical work and stuff.
Imagine it's like it's as if Greenpeace takes over like a whaling ship or something like that, or
But the first kind of semi-final version of the map, we started it and you wouldn't see anything. Everything was pretty. Everything was super clean. Nothing going on.
And not only that, it was clean in terms of like you didn't get the feeling that there was no siege, but also the indications that it was besieged by Purity First also was not there.
There was nothing.
There was nothing at all.
And it was just the story telling you this is happening. But as you were walking in the game, you didn't feel it. So we had to go through several iterations.
And point out that we need things here, guys, like graffiti and break-in signs and all that.
And the banners. And I know you've always thought that the banners look way too like professionally done for an organization like Purity
for
First.
A terrorist organization, how they got the money for silk screening of huge banners was always curious.
Well, I've done silk screening at home myself, so I guess you would need a really big silk screen to make those banners, though. But yeah. No, it's true. It's true.
How the hell did I do that?
One pump, 48 hours of ultra skin confidence.
Jensen, it's me, Pritchard. Where are you?
On a roof overlooking the plant.
Good. Your point of entry should be through shipping and receiving.
Should be, Francis. The hell does that mean?
We have an employee entrance there, heavily guarded by purists, no doubt. So, if you're not a fan of the frontal assault, I suppose you could try accessing the building's roof.
Getting too close to any guard is a risk. You're better off staying far away from them. Learn their patrols and time your moves accordingly. If you can avoid it, it's generally better not to engage them. Sure, a lone target may be tempting, but you never know. Backup might be right around the corner. If you have no other choice, try taking out your targets silently by moving up behind them and tapping the takedown button to put them to sleep. Killing them is a more permanent solution, but also involves making more noise. To do it, simply hold the takedown button. Whether you kill or stun, all takedowns burn up energy. If your energy bar is empty, you will not be able to use your augmentations. You can, however, replenish your energy cells through the consumption of nutrients. Regardless, don't leave bodies lying out in the open. If they are found, an alarm will be called in, so grab them and drag them out of the way.
Yeah, everything seems under control.
Yeah, this map actually it symbolizes the revival of Detroit in some way. In some ways, when we look back at Detroit in the 20th century, it was one of the big cities for the car industry and everything. And in this manufacturing plant, actually, it's an old car factory that has been repurposed for Serif Industries' needs and stuff. And for us, it was kind of using this kind of metaphor to say that reusing the old power of America of the 20th century and put it in the 21st century, but into the new field of technology that makes the city strong again. And as we were brainstorming for the different cities in the game, like Detroit, and we were wondering like why Detroit and why we would go.
I was one of those. I was
exactly,
like, why the hell would we go to Detroit? But then it ended up making a lot of sense.
It made a lot of sense because when you think about it in the history of America, it was like the Ford basically revolutionized the way that cars are made.
Probably
in
even
Detroit,
part of the
by
economy
introducing
itself.
the new factories and the new technologies and stuff. So why not, when the industry fades, would someone else with a new technology come over and take it over and take over those old plants and basically recycle?
Yeah, we're actually saying that Serif did it on purpose, right? That he chose to refurbish, you say, right? Refurbish these factories as a symbolic move, right? It was purposeful on his part. I think it was a really good idea.
And last week we're in November as we were recording it. Last week I was reading in the
November
newspaper.
2012. Yeah.
Yes, a newspaper story about Detroit that was being revived. Yeah, revitalized through different new companies, and the downtown. It's becoming more and more interesting. It has nothing to do with biotech corporations,
but it's still the
it's
same
coming back.
idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Being stealthy hinges on sight and sound. Crouching down will assure you are making the least amount of noise possible. Line of sight is important, and by keeping behind cover, you'll stand a better chance that enemies won't detect you. Avoid jumping and sprinting, as it will certainly give away your position.
What the fuck is that?
I'm trying to think outside the box. What is this? You can't jump up there? He must weigh a good 900 pounds. He's going to stand up on this box, huh? Still can't get up there, huh? Well, you can climb up here, though.
You see that?
How do I get up there? Come on, I need one more box. There's a box. There's another box. There's a bigger box. Did it break? Yeah, it broke. Cool. Where's your other box at? Guess it busted, huh? Fuck. Where's your other box? Don't let you have two boxes? Come on, let me. Oh, come on. Now it won't let me jump. Means I can't get up here at all. What if I take painkillers? Let me see. I can't do any upgrades. Can't do any upgrades. Why won't it let me get up there? hear that? How about no, because they break up with the electricity. If you put them in the electricity, they bust up. See? You can't unplug that. There's gotta be a way in there. I think I did it before. I forget how I did it though. I did it. Ah, here we go. I swear. That's the way you do it. Poor devil. Excuse me.
Richard, I'm in.
Nicely done, Jensen. May I ask how?
A vent on the roof. It'll be in my report next time we discuss security loopholes.
Oh, goody. I'll be sure to take notes. The Typhoon is in the factoring labs. There's an elevator just past the assembly labs that will take you to it.
Got it.
Gotta go here.
So now we're entering into the hangar shipping zone of the manufacturing plant, and now we can have a look at the Purity First terrorists. Actually, when they were born, when they were designed, they were looking more like medieval knights. And then we kind of felt that it was not totally in line with what a group of terrorists would be, like, especially against augmentations, against everything. And in terms of the visual storytelling of them, it was kind of not doing exactly what we wanted.
Right. Well, I think the original designs, right, Joe, came out of the idea of the Cyber Renaissance and the Templars and who represented what?
Yeah, they were. Well, the idea was that we had. We had two contrasts, right? The augmented people, the transhumanist side was with the Cyber Renaissance, and the people that were against it was kind of like the Dark Ages before the Renaissance. It was more like feudal, it was more medieval. And we said, well, the way that I saw it was that these guys were
So now we're entering into the hangar shipping zone of the manufacturing plant, and now we can have a look at the Purity First terrorists. Actually, when they were born, when they were designed, they were looking more like medieval knights. And then we kind of felt that it was not totally in line with what a group of terrorists would be, like, especially against augmentations, against everything. And in terms of the visual storytelling of them, it was kind of not doing exactly what we wanted.
Right. Well, I think the original designs, right, Joe, came out of the idea of the Cyber Renaissance and the Templars and who represented what?
Yeah, they were. Well, the idea was that we had. We had two contrasts, right? The augmented people, the transhumanist side was with the Cyber Renaissance, and the people that were against it was kind of like the Dark Ages before the Renaissance. It was more like feudal, it was more medieval. And we said, well, the way that I saw it was that these guys were against augmentation, so they weren't augmented, and they had to fight against people that were a lot stronger, a lot faster and everything than them because they were augmented. So my idea was that to make them super armored, crazy ass big weapons, because they needed to, with military hardware technology, compensate for that. And my early designs were like these, like, really basically walking tanks. And then Jeff comes up to me one day and he's like, well, these are like grassroots terrorists and whatnot, and he's like, this would make no sense. And this is one of the few times where me and Jeff kind of like headbutted, because I really like that, because we usually always on the same page. I was like, nah man, these designs are way too fucking awesome, but then it actually made sense, the grassroots and everything, so we made them look like cheap bastards basically,
and that's how they are born.
Yeah, exactly.
We're taking a stand for the human race. This is self-defense. Crush this place, I dare you. We've got a little surprise for you.
Gotta go here.
Anybody seen D-Rag?
Probably smoking a cigarette.
Why?
You shouldn't be wandering off like that. See, once it's all on full...
I'm trying to get him.
Get him!
See you, Crow!
Anybody seen D-Rag?
Probably smoking a cigarette. Why?
You shouldn't be wandering off like that. See, once it's all on full alert.
What for? The popos ain't coming in here. Not while we's holding all the cards.
No shit. You see Zeke when that Hansel ever sneaked us? Never seen no one twitch that fast. He's gonna get us out of this.
Not if those popos catch us blazing. So split up.
Jensen, I just tried to unlock the assembly lab door, but my override codes aren't working. Someone's changed the protocols.
What? Didn't you plug the...
I'm on it. But until I find this particular breach and fix it, you'll have to hack the door manually. Pritchard out.
Someone over there?
Well, this corridor
Looks
reminds
vaguely
me...
familiar.
Yeah, it reminds me of a company I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people when we design this, the way we designed this was not inspired by what we're gonna say at all. But a lot of people came up to us and mentioned that there's a really big game studio here in Montreal that we're not gonna mention the name, but that most of us used to work there on the production of Deus Ex Human Revolution. People would start coming up to us and say, "Hey, this kind of feels like it. This mix of this very old building, kind of lofty looking, the high ceilings, the wooden floor, the old wood brick walls, but mixed with new stuff, new technology, and it does look like that studio we're not gonna name." But it was quite funny because a lot of people just would come up to us and mention it. Yeah.
Well, the room full of lockers.
Yes.
It reminds me of the good 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
I can't get through that room without having to open every single locker that exists in that room.
Well, me, I'm like you, but not for the same reason. It's actually like I hate it. I don't want to do it, but I still do it because I want to get the goodies that are inside, and I can't never remember which ones they are. But if I knew, I would just go straight to those ones because there's probably almost 100 lockers in that room.
I don't know. I never count them, but
there's at least 60.
But it feels like it's a slot machine, huh? You have to put another quarter. You have to put, and you always hope that you're going to win some.
feels like a pain in the butt.
But me, every time I go in this room, I'm like, fuck, I have to open them all.
Yeah. But it was on purpose. It was kind of a joke, and it was kind of an homage to like all of those old school games where we didn't really care, or we didn't really think if we were putting the players through something that was too cumbersome or too overwhelming.
Right.
So there's just one room like that in the game. I guess it's all good.
I think it's the level designer. I don't remember exactly, but I think one day he just made that room, and when I saw this, I started to laugh, and it was so ridiculous.
Yeah.
And for me, it was like, yes, we have to do it.
There's just so many. I mean, even in real life, like either I don't know, at a gym or you go to the pool or whatever. I don't think I've ever seen that many lockers in a changing room or whatever. It's just insane.
Oh, it's got a double barrel shotgun. Sucks that I can't fucking shift them. I can do that. How can I do this? Oh, now I can't, huh? I used these already? Oh, because I know I can do that now. The little buzz going?
Well, this corridor
Looks
reminds
vaguely
me.
familiar.
Yeah, it reminds me of a company I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people when we design it's the way we design this was not inspired by what we're going to say at all, but a lot of people came up to us and mentioned that there's a really big game studio here in Montreal that we're not going to mention the name, but that most of us used to work there on the production of Deus Ex Human Revolution. People would start coming up to us and say, hey, this kind of feels like it, this mix of this very old building, kind of lofty looking, the high ceilings, the wooden floor, the old wood brick walls, but mixed with new stuff, new technology, and it does look like that studio we're not gonna name, but it was quite funny because a lot of people just would come up to us and mention it. Yeah.
Big. This is spooning, all right. All right.
So here we come next to the first hacking minigame of the game, actually. The story of a hacking, well, it was the first gameplay that we really nailed down. I remember when we were with the designers and trying to figure out what were our high-level intentions with this thing. It was that we wanted to stay in the real world, so we didn't want a minigame that pulls you out of the game world and you're just into another realm or whatsoever. We really wanted players, when they get invested in that, they would have also to manage their surroundings, because they can be guards, they can be anything happening and everything. So that was the high-level intention. But if we go back to the hacking itself, François Lapica, our lead game designer, was really thinking about different inspiration for that with pen and paper table games and stuff, cyberpunk ones, and he really wanted to go into this thing of going with cycles of CPUs that you put them into.
It was amazing.
It was great. Like,
I loved it.
He built it on an Excel sheet, and you had all those parameters to manage, and it was really, you felt it. You were really hacking.
It was a geek's dream, really.
Absolutely. But the thing is that it was hard to really grasp it and see how visually it would work and everything.
But the tension was there. That's what I remember the most, is that it was really, really like tense, and you kind of felt like pressed by what you were doing and the danger of it.
Yeah, it was working, but still we were struggling with the visual aspect of it. We tried to be as mass market as possible and make it accessible. And actually, it's one of our artists one morning that came in, and he came with a drawing that was just like with icons and everything, and it was portraying him how he could look on screen. And when I saw that, I was like, oh my God, I think we got it. And Frank looked at it.
Happy.
Frank was not really happy because his pride was like, oh, I can't make it work kind of thing and everything. But he recognized that it was really the idea that makes the hacking work. And it took him 2 weeks to take that drawing and readapt his design to fit with that kind of philosophy. And then we went with the programmers after that, just implemented and iterated with a lot of internal playtests and everything. And that's the first part of the game that was completed a long time ago.
When hacking, your goal is to take control of a device's registries, so you can access the security codes within. To do it, you must navigate the network, capturing nodes as you go along. You begin a hack from your point of entry in the system, the I/O port. To capture a node, simply place the cursor over it and hold the interaction button. A wheel will appear, showing you the programs that can be used against it. Traveling from node to node is accomplished using bridges. A bridge can be unidirectional or bidirectional, as shown by its arrows. Each time you capture a node, there is a chance the network will detect your presence. The higher a node's rating, the greater the likelihood that you will be detected. If detected, don't panic. You still have a chance, you just need to hurry. The network will try to trace your entry point and boot you out of the system. If you manage to capture the registries before the network trace reaches your I/O port, you'll be okay.
Do I have a code? No, no code found. Okay.
Access granted.
Kitty.
So this is a very interesting room. This is a room that that's very dear to me. It's one of the, you know, early stuff that we designed for the game. This goes back to probably fall.
2008. Yeah.
No, this is like fall 2007, I think.
Are you sure? Oh,
yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it ended up being produced in
Yeah,
2008 for the game,
Yeah.
but I think if it's 2008, it's very early, like right after Christmas or something, right? And so we weren't really sure what we're going with the game at that point, or the locations, and all that kind of stuff. But we knew we had to do the tech demo, right?
Yeah,
and this is what we did. And this room, obviously, And the concept art, the idea was it was a tech lab, it was a biotech lab. It's Thierry Doison, of his artist name Baron Thierry, who did it. Superb concept art. And the idea on Deus Ex is that we wanted to make sure that the visual style was very consistent throughout the entire game, right? It was really homogeneous. And a good way to do this is you make sure that the style that's on the concept art is the style that you want in the game, that there's no like dual standards, you know what I mean? And then what the production artists see on the concept art, they need to reproduce it. I wouldn't say as is, but they need to make sure that the style is the same.
It needs to stay faithful.
It needs to stay very faithful, you know. And what was interesting is that when that room was first designed, sometimes we'd see, you know, an artist working at his desk, and we'd see what we thought or what we think was a wallpaper of the concept art, you know, on his computer, and then suddenly that wallpaper will start moving.
It was actually the 3D.
It was actually the 3D room. We're like, holy shit, this looks 100% like the concept art almost. It was one of my first time in all of my in my entire career where I really saw this almost 1:1 ratio between concept art.
It was impressive.
It was very impressive.
And actually, it's the first part, the first press tour ever we did with journalists. That's the tech demo we showed.
That's the first thing we ever shown to the journalists, and they asked us, what the hell is this engine, like, because there was so much of a flavor. We definitely didn't have the best of engines to do this game. I mean, it's a well-known fact, but because of that style that we put in it, a lot of people were really
made it very attractive
and special. Anyway, and we ended up this is one of the few very, very early things that we kept and that we recycled, if you want, in the final game. And this is the room that we have here.
But I saved this. Maybe I'll go down this way.
So this is a very interesting room. This is a room that that's very dear to me. It's one of the early stuff that we designed for the game. This goes back to probably fall.
2008. Yeah.
No, this is like fall 2007. I think.
Are you sure? Oh,
yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it ended up being produced in
Yeah,
2008 for the game,
Yeah.
but I think if it's 2008, it's very early, like right after Christmas or something, right? And so we weren't really sure where we're going with the game at that point, or the locations, and all that kind of stuff. But we knew we had to do the tech demo, right?
Yeah.
And this is what we did. And this room, obviously. And the concept art, the idea was it was a tech lab, it was a biotech lab. It's Thierry Doison, of his artist name, Baron Thierry, who did it. Superb concept art. And the idea on Deus Ex is that we wanted to make sure that the visual style was very consistent.
All right, now, what kind of augmentations do I have anyway? What can I do? Social, radar, info link, hacking. Fortify, energy, health, arm, good. I don't have anything. But I don't need it because I know I've gotten through this. I've played this game like a bunch of times. Fuck! And I don't know why I don't keep on forgetting to fucking say this shit.
So this is a very interesting room. This is a room that that's very dear to me. It's one of the, you know, early stuff that we designed for the game. This goes back to probably
2008.
fall.
Yeah.
No, this is like fall 2007, I think.
Are you sure? Oh,
yeah,
maybe.
yeah, I think so. I mean, it ended up being produced in
Yeah,
2008 for the game,
Yeah.
but I think if it's 2008, it's very early, like right after Christmas or something, right? And so we weren't really sure where we're going with the game at that point, or the locations, and all that kind of stuff. But we knew we had to do the tech demo, right?
Yeah,
and this is what we did. And this room, obviously, and the concept art, the idea was it was a tech lab. It was a biotech lab. It's Thierry Doison, of his artist name, Baron Thierry, who did it. Superb concept art. And the idea on Deus Ex is that we wanted to make sure that the visual style was very consistent throughout the entire game, right? It was really homogeneous. And a good way to do this is you make sure that the style that's on the concept art is the style that you want in the game, that there's no like dual standards, you know what I mean? And then what the production artists see on the concept art, they need to reproduce it. I wouldn't say as is, but they need to make sure that the style is the same.
It needs to stay faithful.
It needs to stay very faithful, you know. And what was interesting is that when that room was first designed, sometimes we'd see, you know, an artist working at his desk, and we'd see what we thought or what we think was a wallpaper of the concept art, you know, on his computer, and then suddenly that wallpaper will start moving.
It was actually
and
the 3D.
It was actually the 3D room. We're like, holy shit, this looks 100% like the concept art. Almost it was one of my first time in all of my in my entire career where I really saw this almost 1:1 ratio between concept art.
It was impressive.
It was very impressive.
And actually, it's the first part, the first press tour ever we did with journalists. That's the tech demo we showed.
That's the first thing we ever shown to the journalists, and they asked us, what the hell is this engine, like, because there was so much of a flavor.
There was a flavor,
we definitely didn't have the best of engines to do this game. I mean, it's a well-known fact, but because of that style that we put in it, a lot of people were really kind of
very attractive.
Made it very attractive and special. Anyway, and we ended up. This is one of the few very, very early things that we kept and that we recycled, if you want, in the final game. And this is the room that we have here.
Have clean vents, huh?
Do not use the door!
Save us!
Hurry!
Don't just stand there! Get us out of here! Do something! What are you doing?
Automated dispersal device deactivated.
Where's the bomb squad?
Terminated. Have a nice day.
Pritchard, get word to Seraph. I found the hostages.
I'm relaying good news, I hope.
They're safe, and they're staying put. SWAT will have to export them soon.
Do not use the door.
Get us out of here!
Rolling.
So we're in the hostage room in the manufacturing plant where we have the bomb.
The bomb.
And what is interesting with this one is that there are many ways to defuse the bomb. When you get into the room now, it's booby trapped, so the doors are locking behind you, and now you have to figure it out.
And you have to hack, supposedly.
You can hack. You can also
find
find
the
a code for it. But another way to solve it, and a lot of players didn't know that, but you can actually shoot the tank to the left and the tank to the right. And that's it, because there are kind of gas
the toxic
substance.
mix is when they mix together in the base of the bomb.
But if they don't mix, there's no problem.
Yes, and I think there's actually, you can shoot the connector that causes them to mix. And I remember being in Los Angeles for one of the hands-on presentations with journalists the very first time that they got their hands to play on the game themselves. And I remember there may have been like 20, 30 reporters, and afterwards everyone was talking, and one of them said, I don't know if this was supposed to happen, but I just shot the bomb and it stopped. And everyone else was looking at him like, you're kidding. I'm like, well, you win the prize. You found the secret way.
Where's the bombs? Do not use the door.
Where are the police?
Please, help! Is someone out there?
Save us! Get us out of here!
Rolling.
So we're in the hostage room in the manufacturing plant where we have the bomb.
The bomb.
And what is interesting with this one is that there are many ways to defuse the bomb. When you get into the room now, it's booby trapped.
Do something!
Hurry!
Access granted. Automated dispersal device deactivated. Countdown terminated. Have a nice day.
Pritchard, get word to Seraph. I found the hostages.
I'm relaying good news, I hope.
They're safe, and they're staying put. SWAT will have to exfil them as soon as I've got the prototype.
I'll tell Sarif, but don't take too long. Supposed to have complete access.
Yo, so...
Access granted.
So now we are entering into the first SAS zone of this map.
The airlocks.
Yeah, the airlocks. Actually, it's something that we had to add later as we were producing the maps to help the streaming.
Yeah, it's. I think also at that point in the game, we weren't mastering our streaming capabilities as well as we were later on in the game. So basically, it's just your common thing that you see in a lot of games. While this door is locked, we're actually loading the entire room that's in the back, and they were big rooms. Those are the huge lab rooms with a lot of like stuff to do and a lot of stuff to interact with. But what's good about them, and this is how they should be done, is they're thematically kind of inserted. It fits. It's you're in a lab, and this thing looks like it's a place that's gonna, how would you say, Mary, decontaminate you? Is that it? Yeah, decontamination, sterilize you, and so like all the streams and whatnot. So I'm sure for maybe not for everybody, but for certain people, they didn't even realize what was going on. They were just like, oh, cool, I'm having this steam shower, and then the door opens.
Yeah, I just remember me fighting it the longer I could. I was resisting it because I hate those things in general because it's very artificial, and we all know that it's just we have to load the other portion of the map. But like you said, it turned out
at least when they're well thematically incorporated that way, it works in a good way.
I agree. So now we are entering into the first SAS zone of this map.
The airlocks.
Yeah, the airlocks. Actually, it's something that we had to add later as we were producing the maps to help the streaming.
Yeah, it's. I think also at that point in the game, we weren't mastering our streaming capabilities as well as we were later on in the game. So basically, it's just your common thing that you see in a lot of games. While this door is locked, we're actually loading the entire room that's in the back, and they were big rooms. Those are the
Absolutely.
huge lab rooms with a lot of like stuff to do and a lot of stuff to interact with. But what's good about them, and this is how they should be done, is they're thematically kind of inserted. It fits. It's you're in a lab, and this thing looks like it's a place that's gonna, how would you say, Mary, decontaminate you? Is that it? Yeah,
it's
decontamination,
gonna
sterilize you, and so like all the streams and whatnot. So I'm sure for maybe not for everybody, but for certain people, they didn't even realize what was going on. They were just like, oh, cool, I'm having this steam shower, and then the door opens.
Yeah,
you know?
I just remember me fighting it the longer I could. I was resisting it because I hate those things in general, because it's very artificial, and we all know that it's just we have to load the other portion of the map. But like you said, it turned out
at least when they're well thematically incorporated that way, it works in a good way.
I agree.
Something moving. What the fuck is that?
I don't know about the hacker dude. He's dark. Yeah, it feels weird leaving him alone. And what's he looking for? Proof that these fuckers are lying to us, I guess. Just like Zeke said. I hope Zeke knows what he's doing.
In order to unlock new abilities or augmentations, you must first gain experience in the form of XP points. You will receive these points when completing main objectives, side quests, or through special bonuses, like completing a mission without being
It'll be in my
detected.
report next time we discuss security loop.
Once you've accumulated enough XP points, you will receive a Praxis point. These points are used to unlock upgrades to existing augmentations, and to unlock entirely new augmentations. Praxis kits, which can be found through exploration or purchased in limb clinics, will also give you instant Praxis points. To unlock an augmentation or upgrade, simply select it in the augmentation screen, check the cost, and, if you have enough Praxis points, activate it. Some of the obstacles that can be circumvented by hacking include turrets, cameras, and robots. All you need to do is find a security hub controlling these obstacles and hack it. Capture and fortify programs are your main hacking tools. You can upgrade their ratings via hacking augmentations. A node's rating affects the speed at which the network can process it. Therefore, higher-rated nodes will slow the network down. You can slow it down further by fortifying nodes, which will increase their effective rating. You can also use a slow worm to stop the trace process entirely for a few seconds. Finally, to prevent detection when taking over nodes, you can use the nuke virus, which gives you a 0% detection chance. The nuke and stop programs are expendable viruses. Their supplies are limited, so use them wisely. A counter in the top right corner of the screen helps you keep track of them. When hacking, there are 3 types of nodes to capture. Directories are meaningless data holders. They serve no purpose other than to allow you to travel to your destination. APIs are system functions that can be used against the network. They can slow it down by spamming it, or they can lower node ratings to make them easier for you to capture. Data stores contain valuable information that can result in money, programs, or even experience points. Any reward you find on the system will only be yours if you succeed in hacking it. Otherwise, rewards cannot be downloaded and will remain on the system. Aside from cameras and doors, you will not be able to shut down any security device until you get the right augmentation upgrade. Access granted. Some of the obstacles that can be circumvented by hacking include turret.
So now we're facing one of the air vents of the game. Actually, the air
One
vents...
of the biggest...
cleanest air vents in the history of games.
Yeah, the air vents are definitely the cleanest air vents in the history of games. That's true. And also, this was probably one of the biggest challenges
with the lockers
of the entire game of Deus Ex Human Revolution. Like, you would think it would be like AI or hacking or how to make like a story as complex as the one that Mary pulled off or whatever, but no,
the air vents.
It was the air vents doors,
and they had to be perfect because they're all over the place.
All over the place. The thing is that when you design something like that there's a door that needs to open, and you want to make sure that, and especially the air vents, because we would hide them so much, like put crates in front of them or put all sorts of crap in front of them. The way that they open, you want to make sure that it's not going to obstruct these things or obstruct AI or whatever. But at the same time, wanting it to open in a fairly credible way, you know. So we had them that would kind of slide in a spaceship way, like on the side, like, you know, like, which was like, nah, you know, whatever. And eventually, what happened is our lead, Philippe Desrosiers, our lead modeler, which is also has studied engineering and drafting, design, and all sorts of things like that. So he's really competent with mechanisms and figuring out how things work. And it might seem very simple when you look at it in the game, and it's like, yeah, this is what, you know, should have been done from the beginning, but it's not always that easy and that obvious. But he ended up thinking about just these hinges that are just kind of pushing the hatch forward and then bringing it upward, and it was that simple.
And that's the final solution. But when you look at how it was made in games before that, like it just opens in a very like kind of like a door, but a trap door.
Yeah.
But the thing is that we could have done that, but we had physical objects. You have the characters, and you always have to think,
AI.
Exactly. You always have to think about if the player's going to get stuck, if it's going to damage the experience and whatnot. And sometimes trivial things become really important things that we need.
And I remember when he made that thing, like how happy I was just for a freaking hatch.
We were all happy.
We were just like, oh my god, this is insane. It's like we almost like went out for a beer or something, you know.
here we're close to the turret, which is one of the robotic enemy that we have in the game.
It's the first time we see it in the game as well.
Yeah, I think
we
so.
see one that's broken before in that
that's
level, but that's the
working
first
one.
real working one, yeah.
And one of the things we always said is we wanted to build a world that it's systemic, where all the systems can interact with each other in a very natural way. And one day, I remember, I was like taking the trash can and throwing it at the turret.
You didn't even know if it would work, I remember.
No, I was
sure.
trying, and some people like you were like, "What are you trying?" I'm just trying to check if what we
picking up the trash can, throwing it on it, pick it up again, throwing it on it.
And some people next to me, they were like, "Oh, you're losing your time. It's never going to blow."
And the trash can probably does like 0.001 point of damage, you know.
And I continued doing it,
like 30 minutes,
and then boom, it exploded.
So now you know you can kill a gun turret with a trash can.
Here, another cutscene where Jensen's going to interact with a potential enemy, and I remember having discussion with Jesse Sweet, our cinematic director, back in the day, because the constraint I gave him is that I didn't want Jensen in any cutscene with a gun, because we don't know what the player's going to have. And for me, it was really important that the cutscenes were keeping the character that you were building consistent with when we were going into those moments. So for him, it was a real challenge to still have Jensen look badass, and then but not using a gun. And that's why in this one we see with the hacker is that Jensen pulls out his blade from his arm. So it was a way to compensate for the lack of gun.
Adam, it's David. You got the Typhoon?
Yeah, but you were right about there being something more behind this. Because I've also got a dead purist in here with some pretty interesting cerebral implants.
Don't touch him. We'll need an expert to recover his neural hub, in case it's booby-trapped.
Copy that. What about Sanders?
SWAT's pressure me to let them off the leash. Find them before they do, and deal with them.
Huh? Good wine. No. Oh, I didn't have to talk to her. Okay. Or him. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot to do that. Anyway, so where was I?
So here in manufacturing plant, we get close to the bridge where we have the police forces that are fighting the Purity First.
Storming the plant.
Terrorists, they are storming the plant. And I wanted so badly to have this piece of show don't tell where now that the police are pressuring in the facility and everything, but with playtest we saw that most players never really saw what was happening. Like it was too
it was under their feet.
Exactly.
So a lot of ideas during level design itself. We wanted to have windows. We wanted to show how do we showcase this type of event, but this event was only on paper, so it was very hard to actually make sure that every single player was seeing it, and the whole AI versus AI came very, very, very late. Right, Pat?
Yeah, like the AI programmer will probably have a different story to that, but you needed to have a faction system when you need to turn like enemies or NPC, they were neutral and they have to know who they are neutral to and who they can attack. So by having like Jensen like taking control of a turret and say this turret now attacks the enemy has to know who is now like used to be his friend, the turret was a friend, now it becomes an enemy. So we had Sounds that like as Facebook. Yeah, so we had that system, and this is the beauty with Deus Ex where we built systemic features, and like then the AI could fight against each other, even if we didn't put too much love. I think it came like at a cost, like of a low cost, but the production might not be impressive, like we wish, like you wish.
One of the concerns as well is that we didn't want to have the player interact with those guys. We really wanted to have AI versus AI and leave them independent. So just because of that, we had to make sure the player was enclosed in a very safe environment. Thus, the infamous corridor with the glass
with the glass floor that no woman is ever going to want to walk over.
Why?
For tonight, this is Eliza Kassan reporting to you live from Picus. Back now to that breaking news coming up. controversial hearings set to scrutinize the company's research. With those hearings
supposed to know what I'm looking for? Shit. I don't even know what any of this stuff means. How am I supposed to know what I'm looking for?
artificial missiles.
So here, one of the interesting cutscenes where actually I remember us debating about the fact that everybody in this world were thin. There was no fat people and everything. And since with our skeleton and etc. for all the NPCs in the world, we knew that we couldn't address that thing, and we said, well, at least there might be an opportunity to put some, in some instances, like in cutscenes, to cover the fact that it's not everybody in the world that is thin, right?
Yeah, and we really wanted Josie to be the manager of this, to be slightly heavier than everyone else in the game.
And it was this argument about it would be tough to animate and stuff like that, it's not going to look good. And
that was nonsense.
Yeah, but it was a tough one. But finally, we managed to make her slightly more heavy than other characters.
Yeah, and I remember that there were certain people on the team who really were against it, and they were just saying it'll look weird visually, and having a really thin terrorist with this heavy woman just won't work. And I never quite understood the heart of those things, but in the end, it works out really well. And it makes for a really good hostage situation, which is definitely improved.
Yeah, for me, I was loving this. This is one of my favorite scenes because I said, you know, from sound point, there was so much to play with because you got the riot, well, terrorist attack that's sort of happening outside, but you got, you know, the riot police coming in to handle it. You got cops coming in. You've got a hostage situation. So I mean, the tension level's on 10, which is great. The one thing that was funny when the scene first came to me is we had almost nothing of Josie crying and whimpering, and I thought for a situation like this, the hostage should definitely be like sobbing and whimpering through the whole thing. So we started by adding that, which brought a lot of life to her character during the scene. Like even when there's nothing going on, you can hear her kind of whimpering and sobbing. And I remember, I think we worked a week just getting the timing for the sound. There's a point where a helicopter beam comes right through the room, and I wanted the sound of the helicopter to come with it, to come really close, so it sounded like, you know, they're just, you know, patrolling around and waiting for this guy. That took like almost a week, and again, like JF always says, it's funny how what seems to be the simplest thing can cause so much headaches and be so complicated. Like you're like, we're just syncing a damn light with a sound, but it took forever. But once all the elements came in, this was one of my favorite scenes in the game because I love the actor who played Zeke. I thought he was so good. And his performance, along with Jensen's performance, all the sound, the outside stimuli, her sobbing, it just brought the whole thing together.
Getting yourself killed. Unless you let her go.
Did I ask for your opinion just now? Look at you, shaking in your boots. You're so desperate, I can't lose. All I gotta do is hold on tight to this little piece of insurance, and as long as I do, you and the cops can't do nothing. Nothing else to say.
The cops will be looking after civilians. They're too busy to worry about you. But if something happens to her, you will get their attention. Their priorities will shift, and all you'll accomplish is getting yourself killed.
I know all that, damn it. The causes blowing up all around me. My brother's at risk. All because of what that traitor did to us tonight. I've got to fix it, but I can't when I'm stuck in here with you.
You've got more honor than the man who betrayed you. You're not gonna let your brother down like this. The hacker was expecting civilians to be in the building tonight. You were supposed to take hostages and force the cops to silence you permanently. But you're smarter than he is.
It's so obvious. Can't believe I didn't see it till now. He thinks he can just lead me to my death? Think again, cabrón. Get out of here. I did what you wanted, so let me go. I got Blade here too, I say.
I've got as much interest in finding out who's really behind this as you do, cabron.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll owe you one. But I promise you this, someone's gonna pay.
Are you still there? Adam! Adam, what's happening? What's your situation? Adam!
Sanders is gone, boss. But I'm pretty sure he's just a dupe. Somebody else set this up.
Damn it. Okay, I want you back here now. The admin building has a rooftop terrace. Meet Farida on it.
Copy. Jensen out.
Way to secure the terrorist leader, Jensen. Now the bastard's free to spread his lies and cause more trouble. Jensen, you're the guy who was sent in before us? Those hostages owe you a lot. Nice going. Defusing that bomb was some quick work. You should get a commendation. On a good note, maybe it'll teach the higher-ups not to interfere. Sending one man in on a job like this never turns out good.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. Just a little shaken up, but what about the other hostages? My husband was with them in one of the assembly labs, and I overheard talk about a bomb.
Don't worry, they're safe.
Oh, thank God. When those men surprised us. Mr. Jensen, they should not have been able to get in. With the typhoon being moved in and all, I double-checked the protocols myself.
Yeah, I expect Pritchard's doing the same thing right now. Stay here. DPD will want to question you. But you and your husband should be reunited soon.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. You're a hero. I thought that maniac was going to kill me. I hope you did the right thing letting him go like that. I just don't know what he expected to accomplish. Seraph Industries isn't breaking any laws. I owe you my life. And Greg's too. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I owe you my life. And Greg's too.
Nice job securing the plant. I wouldn't have thought a security guard could handle this. Not even an augmented one. I was ready to come in here with a bucket and a mop. Glad to see I was wrong. I was ready to come in here with a bucket and a mop. Glad to see I was wrong. Sir, if you could back away, please. Let us mop up around here.
Yeah, so here, as you can see, in this office building, there is a sea full of computers. And we, as you also know, we had to write emails for every single computer that
And more
existed
than
in
one.
the game. And one of the big challenges we had in doing that was that we never quite knew ahead of time how many computers there would be. There was the level design was coming to us and saying, you know, we need to know how many emails, how many computers you want, and we were saying to level design, well, we need to know how many computers you intend to put in there, and no one would actually make a decision. And we were doing it so late in the process as well that when we actually sat down there to write them, we weren't really sure at that point how many computers there would be. So it was pretty interesting until we finally got our communication straight and were able to say, okay, look, can you give me a few more computers, or could you take away a few computers, because we just don't quite have it down. So that was a really big challenge, and we learned an awful lot through the process, so we got it right with the DLC, the missing link.
Speaking of computers as well, something that we could add, because again, it's something that people sometimes don't think about, how something simple or something that looks simple is actually very complicated, is that, you know, in the game we have the interactive computers, right? The ones that you're talking about now. We have the security hubs, the blue ones that are also interactive, and there's the
So here in manufacturing plant, we get close to the bridge where we have the police forces that are fighting the purity first.
Storming the...
Please, sir, the situation is under control.
Jensen, I'm guessing we were held back for you, right? Send you in early, maybe cover up something we have no business seeing. This is an active crime scene. Please don't touch anything.
Sarah's security? You should wait until we finished our investigation before poking around.
Sir, if you could back away, please. Let us mop up around you. Sir, if you could back away, please. Let us mop up around here. boss may have gotten you in here ahead of us, sir, but interfering in an ongoing investigation is still an arrestable offense. Long time no see, Jensen. Nice to see you landed on your feet.
Look, no offense. I know you work for this company, but I don't like people pulling the department's strings. I don't care how much money your boss has, or what he's done for the city. Now he's got me wondering what he's hiding.
Okay, if you're all wondering what I'm doing, is that I had to start the game over again because the hostages got killed before I even got there. So I had to restart it in order to save the hostages. And in doing so, I went through the game kind of like, real fast, without stopping to pick up anything. And I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything, Well, I know I missed a lot of stuff, but I want to pick up the stuff that I missed. How's that? Like stuff like that, Because I think there's like about 2 or 3 praxis points up. I know I picked up one. I want to see if I can find the other ones. Praxis kits, not praxis points. That one. Also got to hack all the terminals and stuff. I think there's something up here. There's something up here. There was something up here. Where is it? Not up here? Man, I remember there was something up here. Couldn't have been wrong, could I? Colliding darts. Yeah. I thought there was something else up here. Oh, there's the one into that storage room. Yeah. It was in the locker room. Yeah, that was a shortcut. Okay. Other stuff in here. That. Motor City rides again. His market share. Yeah, sure. sure there was more stuff here before. Resistance is futile. Motor cities to rise again. Yeah, I read this already. Yeah. Wants us to keep a tight lid on this one. Oh, okay.
So here we're entering deeper into the manufacturing plant, and people need to know that it's probably one of the oldest map that we did, and before having final AI, before really fully understanding the sectorization of the map areas, to really take advantage of the systems we had instead of showing off the limits of the systems we had. And since we had tons to do and many maps, we couldn't really revisit this map the way we would have loved to. And this is why it's probably one of the maps that showcase the limitations of our AIs the most. That's why you see in this map like some AIs that are going to a door frame and they stop there, they don't cross over to try to get you and everything. It's because the sectorization back in the day has been done and the map has been built with an AI that was not fully implemented.
Running out of space.
But when everything came together, we were like, oh, it shows the limit of the systems. We tried to hide it as much as possible with the guys like taking cover on the sides of the door, like making pretending that they're just waiting there protecting themselves because you're dangerous, but
that's not really
that's not
because
really
you're
that.
augmented and they're not.
And for
sometimes it looked like that actually, but it's not what was going on really.
But in other maps that came later, now we had a better understanding of our systems. Therefore, we were able to build maps in such a way that those limitations wouldn't be that apparent.
Bless you. there. And this. There was another room in here. I didn't get all the dialogue. Forgot to talk to these people. Is there a hidden... That's it. Can't carry much more. I want to start dropping something. How many practices do I have? Got 2 now? How much is it for an extra 2 rows of stuff? Where is it? Medium torso, here it is. No. Eye, back. Reflex. No. Where? How do I get what is the typhoon? I forget how it is you get extra spaces in your... I thought it was you needed a practice thingamajiggy. Oh, praxis kit. Anyway, I go, yeah, I went over there, up there, there. Systems, I already heard that one. I think there's a practice in here.
But sources tell me that a militant group of pro-human activists have raided a Seraph Industries plant. Factory workers have been taken hostage, and the entire city holds its collective breath.
Yeah?
I doubt I need to remind you the second time the biotechnology firm has been attacked. The first time, 6 months ago, on the eve of controversial hearings set to scrutinize the company's research. With those hearings permanently on hold, many are now wondering if something else may be going on. Is Davidson hiding something? For tonight, this is Eliza Cassan reporting to you live from Hiding. Back now to that breaking news coming out of Detroit.
Okay. That shit. Yeah, this is the one that has the two rooms. Fuck. Well, what can I get rid of? Guess I can get rid of the machine gun. Machine gun ammo. Revolver ammo. I don't have a revolver yet. All right. Tranquilizer. Fertilizer. Shotgun. Combat rifle ammo. I don't have that either. 10 millimeter, 10 millimeter. Stun gun, I don't have a stun gun. Remote detonated explosive device. Forget how to use those. Combat rifle ammo. I don't have combat rifles. Concussion grenade. Concussion grenade. A frag grenade. Revolver, combat, stun gun. Alright. I went through all of this already, right? Yeah. Damage upgrade. Revolver. Damage upgrade. What can I combine? Yeah, let's put it on a shotgun. Stun gun darts. Yeah. Gun darts. I'm sure I would be able to find at least one more praxis. Okay. Praxis. Hacking. Got everything from here. Gun darts.
Here we're close to the turret, which is one of the
turret
robotic
syndromes?
enemy that we have in the game.
It's the first time we see it in the game as well.
Yeah, I think
we
so.
see one that's broken before in
But
that
that's
level,
the
but
first
that's the
working
first
one,
real
yeah.
working one, yeah.
And one of the things we always said is we wanted to build a world that it's systemic, where all the systems can interact with each other in a very natural way. And one day, I remember, I was like taking the trash can and throwing it at the turret.
You didn't even know if it would work, I remember.
No, I
You weren't
was
sure.
trying, and some people like you were like, "What are you trying?" I'm just trying to check if
It's
what we
picking up the
Well,
trash
we
can,
don't.
throwing it on it, pick it up again, throwing it on it.
And some people next to me, they were like,
Sniper
"Oh, you're
rifle,
losing
I
your
don't have
time.
no
It's
sniper
never
rifle."
going to blow."
And the
or
trash
whatever.
can probably does like 0.001 point of damage, you know?
And I
It's like-
continued doing it,
like 30 minutes.
and then boom, it exploded.
So now you know you can kill it,
Yeah.
a gun turret with a trash can.
I doubt I need to remind you folks that this is the second time the biotechnology firm has been attacked. The first time, 6 months ago, on the eve of controversial hearings set to scrutinize the company's research. With those hearings permanently on hold, many are now wondering if something else may be going on. Back now to that breaking news coming out of Detroit.
Football politics.
Police are still not saying much about the situation, but sources tell me that a militant group of pro-human activists have raided a Seraph Industries plant. Factory workers have been taken hostage, and the entire city holds its collective breath. I doubt I need to remind you.
Texas,
folks
Utah, and California.
the biotechnology firm has been attacked. The first time, 6 months ago, on the eve of controversial hearings set to scrutinize the company's research. With those hearings permanently on hold, many are now wondering if something else may be going on. Is David Seraph hiding something? For tonight, this is Eliza Kassan reporting to you live from Picus.
Eliza Kassan. Got everything in here. And okay. Got everything in here. If there's anything here. There.
Now, before we get in touch with some of our attachés out in Australia, I have to reiterate something. We're talking augmentation, and how by not allowing us to have them, they are essentially stripping our ability to defend ourselves away from us. Now, followers, don't scream me now and start saying, Lazarus, augmentations are real.
that right?
Access granted. Access granted.
Do not allow others. Not ask. Do not play. Still room for 35 more. Man, all of these are fucking.
Access granted. Access granted. Access granted. Access granted. Access granted.
These are all fucking 60-second detections.
Access granted. Access granted.
Broadway tickets.
Access granted.
So this particular computer here is one of the important ones in light of the fact that it is the first computer in the game where you can actually find our first Nigerian email scam.
Oh.
We had a lot of fun with the emails, trying to make it feel like it's a real part of the world and like the world we know. And so you can actually find on every map one Nigerian email somewhere in the map. And in the hang shop... So this particular computer here is one of the important ones in light of the fact that it is the first computer in the game where you can actually find our first Nigerian email scam. We had a lot of fun with the emails, trying to make it feel like it's a real part of the world and like the world we know. And so...
JT Thorpe, password, Hydra. It open, so okay. Thursday at 4. Oh, these are all the emails I read, right? Yeah, these are all the emails I read. Why, why was that ebook? Part of America. Groom Lake. Musculature. Volume 6. New praxis.
So you can actually find on every map one Nigerian email somewhere in the map. And in the Hangshaw map, there's actually a computer that you can find where you find the person who originated the Nigerian email scam, and his computer lists every single computer in the game that has it. So we were actually debating whether we would make it an achievement to find him, but in the end we kind of cut that one off of the list.
Access granted.
Nigerian Chamber of Commerce. $47 million. You are ready to transfer your funds. Telephone number that I had. It didn't put any spelling errors in it. And improper English grammar usage.
Nice job securing the plant. I wouldn't have thought a security guard could handle this. Not even an augmented one.
You Sarah's boy? What the hell happened in there? I thought you were supposed to let the bastard get away. You dropped the ball, pal. Come on, Wilson. I can't believe they made us wait out here while the leader of these assholes got away.
The terrorist leader, Jensen.
Now the bastard's free to spread his lies and cause more trouble. I can't let anyone in.
But my wife, she's still in there. I need to know that she's okay. My wife, is she all right?
She's fine. A little shaken up, though. Swab will need to debrief her, but you'll see her soon.
I don't know what to say. I think I've given up on her. You're a true hero, man. I'll find some way to repay this, I swear.
There's no need for that. I was just doing my job.
Don't be modest. I didn't recognize you before, but I know who you are, Mr. Jensen. And I know you weren't supposed to be back at work yet. Thank God you are. I'll be in touch. Count on it. Seriously, I can't thank you enough.
I gotta admit, Jensen, I'm glad someone decided to send you in first. No telling what would have happened if one of us ran into that hostage room.
Nice job securing the plant. I wouldn't have thought a security guard could handle this. Not even an augmented one.
I can't believe they made us wait out here while the leader of these assholes got away. Who knows what he'll do now?
Well, I didn't find any praxis kits. I thought for sure there were.
Well, so that's the end of the mission in manufacturing plant, and maybe a lot of players didn't know that, but actually you can go back into the plant now that the mission is over. The police officers just took over the plant.
Yes, they won the battle.
Yeah, they won the
bridge.
battle. And if you go back, you can go back until the beginning of the map and meet a lot of police officers along the way. You even have one police officer that is taking picture of the hacker that killed himself in front of you, and you can talk to all of them, and they have their barks and everything.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
It is, and most people don't realize they can do that.
And to me, it was really important because it was like it's a game where you can go where you want, whenever you want, and we should maintain the logic of the story regardless of what you do. And I remember that what I wanted was giving a lot of headaches to the level designers, but also to the writers as well, because they had to write more about these things. So in a couple of places in the game we didn't do it, and with the storytelling of what was happening, we were kind of sort of justifying that there's no way back. But as much as possible, it was a rule of thumb, like, okay, we're at the end of the map, we need to support going back at the beginning. But this is the one that we did it the best.
And I remember the level designers kept trying to come back to you with, well, can we cut him off at the elevator?
No.
Maybe we can cut him off here.
No.
But what if we stop him here?
No.
but we could put like a barricade from the police.
No.
And that, thanks to JF, you can go back and find all those goodies.
And again, like, is it important or not? For me, it was more the attention to the detail and trying to keep the credibility of the place and stuff. So.
Oh, and that's what I did. All right, Rita.
You made a lot of people happy tonight, Jensen. And not just the men in suits.
It's what they pay me for.
No. They pay you to put corporate interests ahead of people. You found a way to satisfy everyone. Guess Dr. Reed was telling the truth about you.
Megan? What are you talking about, Malik?
Before you were hired, she said the papers were lying about Mexican Town. That you weren't fired from the force. You quit when you realized Protect and Serve had become Protect and Serve the corporate interest. Nice to see she was right. You ready to go?
Yeah, get me out of here, Malik.
Your wish is my command. Climb in.
All right. And that was it for the first mission. I was looking for more practice skits. I guess I don't have any. Only got the 2. Can't do anything with just 2 practice skits. You can buy some. How much money I got? Because I know there's a limb clinic and you can buy some there.
New orders just in, Jensen. The boss wants Pritchard to examine the Typhoon ASAP.
Copy that. Thanks for the lift.
No problem. Hey, and Jensen, I just wanted to say, new look suits you. Like you haven't missed a beat at all.
Thanks.
So, how's it feel? Being augmented?
Excuse me?
Don't take it the wrong way. I mean, I've got a few neuro enhancements myself. Discreet ones to help me fly better. But I chose to get them implanted. You didn't. Now that you had a chance to try them out, what do you think?
I'm not gonna lie and say they didn't come in handy back there. But like you said, I didn't choose to get augmented.
So it'll take some getting used to. I get it. But don't be surprised if the boss keeps pushing you to get more.
Why? What do you mean?
You know how he is. He thinks augmentations are the be-all, end-all of everything. And he can't understand why someone wouldn't want to become more than human.
Megan used to say the same thing.
I'm not surprised. The research she was doing was pretty damn inspired. Might have convinced a lot more people to give what we make here a try.
If that bastard hadn't killed her.
Listen, Jensen. I know you want to find the men who attacked us, and so do I. If I can help in any way, all you gotta do is ask.
Actually, there is something. I want to know about the first attack.
Fine. Ask away.
You were there that night. What do you remember about it?
That it was chaos. First, everybody figured there'd been some kind of accident, but Pritchard couldn't get a good visual and communications were haywire. Then we heard the explosions. By the time anyone knew what had hit us...
They were gone.
Whoever they were good, Jensen. Special training good.
Did anyone else see them? The men who attacked?
Not well enough to get a description. Pritchard got some fuzzy images off one of the Intellicams, but his tapes were all confiscated by Homeland Security.
Homeland? I heard Homicide passed it over to Special Investigations. Detroit Special Investigations.
They did, for the first month. After that, all I really know is the case is still pending, and Mr. Seraph is not pleased.
I've been thinking about why they attacked. What they were really after.
Isn't it obvious? They didn't want us going to Washington.
No, that was just timing. Hearings can be rescheduled. Somebody else can present Megan's findings.
I don't think so, Jensen. They took out her whole team. Declan Faraday, Vasily Savchenko, Nia Colvin, even Eric Koss. The labs their bodies were found in.
Were burned to a crisp. I know.
The only reason you weren't caught in the fire was because that retaining wall came down. Saved your life, believe it or not.
So the whole attack was just to destroy Megan's research.
Sure looks that way. Mr. Seraph is hoping to reconstruct it, but it may take months. If he can keep us solvent that long.
I'm gonna find him, Malik. One way or another.
I believe you. And just so you know, when you do, I've got your back.
I appreciate that, Malik, but right now...
You've got to get the Typhoon into the tech lab, right. See you later then. Oh, and Jensen, the boss wants a face-to-face debrief in his office once it's secure.
Roger that. Good night, Malik.
I missed one commentary. Oh, that sucks. Let me see what I got here. 3,000. That's all I got in money. Sucks. Because I think the Praxis kits cost like $5,000 or something like that. Oh well, should I upgrade right now or wait? I want invisibility. I want this, I want this. This also. Praxis not coming around. there's a I think there's a practice kit in there. So let's save it here and quit for the day. And that's it. Let's quit for the day. Why it takes so long to, get to Windows desktop? It always takes a long time to quit to the desktop. Anyway, that is it. We shall return again some other time. Man, I wonder how long it's what? 6-7 hours, huh? Oh well. That's it. Let's call it a day. And end it. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.